Assalamualaikum and hello everyone. So this is our next lecture. In this video, I'm going to talk about backend services. Last time in our previous lecture, we just consume backend services by using JSON server. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to create one. And for this topic, it's supposed to be several parts, at least 2 parts. This is the first part, whereby we are going to develop our own backend services by using Node JS and MySQL. In part 2, I'm going to show you how to develop another services by using different technologies, which is Node.js and Firebase. Okay, so we are going to focus in this video only on Node.js and MySQL. So let's get started. And as usual, I would recommend you to watch this video on YouTube, directly on YouTube. Then you set the speed, the playback speed by at least 1.5 times, and then you can navigate the video by using the timestamp, because I believe this video will also be take some time. It's quite long, so you can navigate from one scene to another by clicking on the timestamp. Okay, that one you can only find that one from YouTube description, YouTube description box. Okay, so this is the agenda that I'm going to talk in this video. Okay, although the goal of this video is to show you how to create backend services using Node.js and MySQL. Okay, that one is our ultimate goal for this video. But I also want to point out some aspect that actually it's really important for properly develop a software. Okay, we are going to look at design principles and design patterns, but of course this is not about software engineering video. So I will be showing you just what they are, and then I recommend you to seek for other resources to learn more about these topics, okay, which is talking about design principles and design patterns. After that, we are going to start do our development of Node.js and MySQL, but we develop first on local environment. Okay, and then we are going to set up database, which is MySQL, and then after that we are going to write our REST API using Node, and finally we are going to deploy our Node.js to Heroku for production. Okay, for production we are going to use Heroku for this case. Okay, for this demo I'm going to use Heroku as our platform host or hosting platform for our application. And this is optional basically, okay, because this video is about backend, but we can finalize our, or we will test our backend services, you can test from REST client or any client services, but to reflect with our course, I'm going to test also the backend services with a Flutter application. Okay, so we are going to start with the first subtopic, which is design principles and design pattern. Okay, when we talk about software development, you might be seeing some topics talking about principles, styles, and design pattern. So as you already learned, I think last time we have learned about REST. Okay, I had mentioned that REST is a style, or a principles. It's not a rule. They are not rules, but they are just principles. So in software development, we have several principles or guidelines to assist us or to help us to work in to work better in developing our software. In terms, basically, this is provide us guideline for communicating our works. Okay, so there are some principles that a software engineer uh, should follow. Okay, uh, among them, there is a principles initiated or founded by, I think you have uh, heard this name, Uncle Bob, which is the one that is very famous in software design uh, and also software design principles and design pattern. Okay, so we are going to adopt these principles that are called solid. Okay, basically solid is acronym for some several principles. So it consists of 5 guidelines or 5 principles. Okay, again, when I mention about principles, it is something to do with guidelines. It's not rules. They are not rules, but they are guidelines. But it doesn't mean you may violate that this guideline. Okay, it's as a good as a good software engineer, you want to embrace or you want to fulfill this principle. Okay, you want to follow. Don't dare to to violate principles. The first principle in these solid principles are a single responsibility principle. Of course, again, this is not about software engineering lecture video. Okay, this is about just to uh, to show you uh, what they are. So later on, when I mention in my video, some like you may notice I always mention about this single responsibility. You need to create or you need to write your code such that it follows single responsibility principle. So for example, when you write a class, the class supposed to be serving for only one purpose. Okay? Again, the same for structuring your folder. You need to organize your folder according to their purpose, and you don't mix them up. Okay, let's going back to the solid principles. The S stands for single responsibility principle. I think this is the most common principle that you always want to apply in your uh, uh, in your coding. Okay, so basically for in this principle, it guides us such that whenever you write something or a module, like a module, a class, or a folder, you need to ensure that that particular module, class, or particular part of code, it does only one thing. Okay, so make the entity or the entity or the code does only one thing. You don't mix them up. So for example, like if you have a class A, uh, uh, what example can I give you here? Okay, let me see. So let's say you have a website. You have class for payment. The payment should only focus on anything related to payment, like getting the service for payment. But this payment, of course, the payment, before you can start do payment, you need to know who is the user, right? Okay, because you want to grab the particular of the user. So you don't have you cannot mix getting user information, like doing login, authentication, and so on, in the same class payment. So let the class payment serve as just for payment related tasks. You don't mix this class with other functionalities. Okay? That one's for single responsibility. By the way, single responsibility, in the nutshell, what you want to do with this principle, if you want to comply with this principle, you want to make sure your particular part of your code does only one thing. You don't mix them up. Okay, I think we are going to look at this principle later in this video. Okay, so some part of the demo will be using or will be adopting this principle. The next one is about open close principle, okay, OCP. So basically for this principle, it guides us such that when uh, when you develop an application, okay, uh, you you need to take into account that your application uh, will be upgraded, okay, in the future. Of course, the software is evolved, right? Is progressive. It's not static, because the software, once you develop, when you look at the life cycle of a software development, at the last stage we have maintenance, whereby here you need to upgrade uh, uh, to next version, okay, for the improvement. Okay, let's say you consider that in your development, you need to consider that this software will be expanded or will be upgraded later in the future. However, you also need to take into account when you want to extend your application, you must open only for extension, but you need to close for modification. Okay, so that means in the future, if someone wants to upgrade the software, okay, your current software, you must provide that when in the future, when you or other developers want to extend the software, the software, the way you want to upgrade it is by adding, okay, new code rather than modifying existing code. Okay, so for example, let me give you an example. Let's say you are doing a payment, right? and then you have several types of payment. First, you have cash payment method, you have PayPal payment method, you have credit, you can have credit card, FPX, and so on. So yeah, straight away, maybe the way you want to implement this is by using if then else, right? Okay, if method equal to cash, then you use pay by cash function. Else, if method uh, equal to credit card, then pay by credit card function, and so on. And then the list goes on according to type of method, payment methods that you support. Okay, so if you are writing your code in that way, most likely you will violate the principle open close principle. Why? Because later on, let's say you want to add a new method of payment. What you want to do, you need to touch the code for payments. You currently you have if cash blah blah blah, else if credit card blah blah. Let's say you want to add another one, maybe Stripe. Okay, and then you need to touch the code. So that means here you are modifying the existing code. This is something that not recommended in this principle. Okay, so if you are in this situation, that means you need to rearrange your code. Okay, so there are solutions for this. Basically, instead of using this hard-coded if else, you can use some design pattern for this, like facet design pattern for this, or maybe you can use dependency injection for this. So we are going to talk that later. So my point here is that whenever you do or writing your code, you double check, is this code violate the principle of open close principle? Okay, that one is for the second one. The third one is about Liskov substitution principle. Okay, I think they have the Liskov here, some weird, right? Because Liskov is a name. I think they just want to have L there so that our acronym becomes perfectly solid. But the key point here is substitution. This is basically the principle is basically focused on inheritance. So what this principle guide us is basically when you have inheritance. Okay, of course, when you have inheritance, you have the parent class and child class, right? Let's say you have class P, parent class is P, and then you have child class C1, C2, and C3, right? So what does substitution principle means is that whenever you have whenever you refer class or object of class parent inside your code, you can plug in or you can replace that with any subclasses like C1, C2, any object from the subclasses C1, C2, without changing the context or the purpose of the program. Let's say we are talking about not about the syntax. The syntax, of course, is still working, but the result of the program. Let's say you have class P again, and then you let's say let's say we going back to payment. Okay, payment method, and then the payment is the parent class, and then you have subclass of credit card. Okay, credit card, you can plug in credit card payment method to payment, right? But let's say you introduce a new payment method, maybe a PayPal method. Okay, then when you plug in PayPal method to the payment, okay, and it doesn't work as it should be, that means you violate this principle. So in that case, you need to look at your code, so and then try to make sure your code can comply this principle. And the fourth one is the I one, interface segregation principle. Okay, I believe you you learn the term interface. Okay, we have learned from our first lecture on Dart programming, and then I believe you also learned from Java programming, but you didn't learn from PT2. Okay, so as you already know, interface basically classes you define with only the signature, right? The title of the method, okay, without any implementation of the method, meaning that you have the header but without the body of the method. Okay, so the interface is there because you want the class that consume the interface to implement later the method, right? So whenever you use interface into another class, that means that another class must implement all the methods that exist in the interface, all the abstract method, right? Okay, so that means let's say you have interface I and then you have method ABC, right? And then you implement this class into class, let's say we call it class class Q. So you will be writing something like Q implements I. Okay, so in Q you must implement all A, B, and C method. Okay, that's the idea of interface. So that means you force all the implementer to consume all the methods. But sometimes this particular class just need few of them. It doesn't need to have all of the method. Okay, so if you have that kind of code, that means you violate this principle. So one of the solution for this that principle provide this to comply with these principles is that instead of having a larger interface like just now we have interface which has method A, B, and C, it is better to split them into smaller ones. But instead of having one larger interface I, maybe you can create 2 or 3 interfaces. So interface 1 only have A, interface B only have B, and interface 3 only have C. And then the class that will consume the interfaces, they can select which interface that can be that it wants to utilize. Okay, so basically what we do to comply for this principle is just about having smaller classes, smaller interfaces. Okay, smaller here it means that the number of methods inside the interface. Okay, that one is the fourth principle. Okay, so dependency, the last one is D, the acronym for the D part of in solid. Dependency inversion. Dependency inversion is something to do, I think it has to do with some other principles here. So dependency inversion, this is basically to guide us to allow us to swap our code. So again, back to payment method. Okay, if you, let's say you have payment method, and then your payment method you specify with, let's say we just have one kind of one type of payment method, which is using PayPal. Okay? PayPal payment method. So if you write your code that totally depends on PayPal. So you will put your PayPal code inside your payment. Okay? So this will be violating this principle, because let's say if you want to change the payment from PayPal to another kind of method, maybe let's say from just credit card, or using a Stripe payment method, okay, or maybe you want to use FPX. So what you want to do, you will change the code. That means you will be violating the open source principle. So this is not a good implementation. Okay, why this happened? Because you let the code depends or couple with the implementation. So the general rule of thumb, what you want to do for this principle is your class should depend on abstraction rather than the actual or concrete classes. So just now, instead of writing your code for PayPal inside the payment, it's a good idea just to replace that with payment or payment method, and then payment method will be replaced later with the actual, whereby just now payment method is just an abstract class, and then later on we are going to change that with the actual class, like PayPal, Stripe, or maybe any cash payment and so on. Okay, so uh, these are the principles that is commonly adopted or used by software engineers. So of course my explanation is not that too comprehensive. It's not, because my point here is not about to talk about these principles as a whole, but my point here, I just want to show you we have solid in our development, software development. You know what solid are. Okay, now you know what solid are, and then I would recommend you to dive in this topic. I will provide some resources, okay, later on in the description box, so that you can take a look at this principle. Okay, I really recommend you to learn uh, this, because as you may know or already know, software development is not just coding, right? Whenever once you go to your once you go to real world development, most likely you just spend your time for do coding, maybe of up to 5 years, and after that you will concentrate on more high level or abstraction. So you are not going to talk more about programming languages, the loop and data structure and so on. You are going to talk more on high level. So knowing about some kind of principles is is essential for a software engineer. So I hope you can learn more this from other resources. Okay, so again, these principles are just guidelines or rules. It's not our it's just guideline, not our rules. It means, yeah, it's not a sin to violate them, but be a responsible software engineer. Don't dare to violate them, even though you have the option to do so. Okay, so I really hope you can follow these principles. Okay, I hope you don't argue with me. Why should we do this, even though I can do the code without using this? Okay, because as I mentioned, software development is not about coding. Software development is more about communicating your work. Okay. Next. Oh yeah, I forgot this one. Okay, why you should care this? Okay, because software development is not about coding, and then software development is a collaborative work. You keep collaborating or keep communicating your work to other developers. Okay, I keep mentioning this. As software engineer, your goal is not about your application, but your goal is about your you need to because in software development, normally you have your user is your customer, right? Okay, but to be a good software engineer, you should consider your colleagues, which is your another software engineer, as your customer. So you develop software is not for end user, but you develop software, you need to consider your colleague. Okay, so you can communicate your work in a better way. And then the intention of this principle is to make software easier to maintain and easier to extend. Okay, this is one of the most, I think the most the goal of this why we have this kind of principles, because the software development is progressive process, right? You have one version, later on you need to update. Okay, let's move on to the next part, still on something to do with software engineering. Okay, design patterns. So you also need to learn about design patterns. Okay, so what are design patterns? Okay. Design patterns basically a reusable solution to repeating problems. Okay, so if from PT1 and PT2, I think you you will see this is similar to like algorithm, right? Yeah, because algorithm is also is a reusable solution to the to repeating problems. But again, this one design pattern is higher level. It's more high level. Uh, uh, when you learn in PT1, so your vocabulary was limited to PT1 vocabs, like you have programming structure, loop, if else. So let's say how should we approach this problem? I think it is a good idea to use loop, a for loop for this. Maybe we can use if else statement or switch. Those are your vocab in PT2, right? And then you move on to a higher level of programming, and then you start learning algorithm in data structure, right? Oh, now you are not talking about loop, for, and so on, but oh, I think this problem follows the uh, uh, list pattern, the list structure. So we can implement list, or maybe you can use queue. So now you are now not talking about from the lower level programming, but you are talking about from more abstract. Because when we use this vocab, okay, this is supposed to be queue. I think everyone knows that one. Okay, for those who learn data structure, and then you learn that, and then you need to go further, higher level. Okay, when we talk the same, we are going to talk still on the implementation, but instead of using the vocabulary like for loop or the list, we are going to talk more higher level abstraction. Okay, so like design use design pattern. Okay, instead of using loop, maybe we can, let's say if you want to implement the undo and redo operations, right? You might be thinking from the, if you are talking from the data structure, or that one's supposed to be using stack, okay, because stack had push and pop, right? But that one from and then that one from data structure perspective, then as a software engineer, you are not going to use that vocabulary. It's a software engineer is more on high level perspective. You will look at the if you can recall your pipeline for the development, starting from requirement engineering, and then you have analysis, and then you have what else? What next is about development or implementation, or no, design. After that, you have implementation, and then you have your deployment, and finally you have your testing and maintenance, right? So as a software engineer, you should use vocabulary from this pipeline. So just now when we talk about the undoing and redoing operations, so from the software, from the software design, you should use like, okay, this this problem or this operation we can implement by using maybe memento operation, or maybe command pattern, okay, command design pattern. So instead of talking about the lower level, because when you mention about, let's say, command pattern, oh, so it gives you a clue. So this include like you have stack inside there. Maybe you have a list operation and so on. So that's the idea of design patterns. It's basically use higher level vocabularies when talking about the same thing, same problem. So that's why you can see a design pattern is actually like an algorithm, reusable solution to repeating problem. But we are talking in more high level of perspective. Okay. So there are several there are so many design patterns. There are so many design patterns available out there. But in software engineering, we can categorize them into basically three types: creational, structural, behavioral. And then here I add another one, which is architectural patterns. This is I grabbed from Wikipedia, but it's not entirely true basically to put architectural patterns here. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Okay, coming back to design pattern, when you look back at the pipeline of software development, starting from requirement engineering, analysis, and then design, development, and what else? What next after development? We have testing and maintenance, right? So sometimes, okay, me myself actually, when I started learning about design patterns, I got confused regarding the term design patterns, because when we look at design patterns, it's supposed to be under design stage, right? Because there is a design word inside design patterns. But in fact, design patterns is not inside design stage. Design pattern is inside development. Okay, because design pattern provide us concrete way of implementing or developing the problem. However, and then for design, okay, provide us just documented or idea about how to implement that things. The actual implementation will be done in the implementation or development stage. So that's why I put architectural patterns in another category. Architectural patterns is basically, is not entirely true to put under design pattern, but architectural pattern should be inside the design part. That means architecture pattern can be the input to design patterns. Okay, but for our simplicity here, I put everything inside here so that you can differentiate what they are. Okay, so because I believe you familiar with this MBC, you have heard MBC, mobile B controller, right? So when we talk about last time, I keep getting a question. So what kind of pattern that we need to use in our project? Can we use MBC? I think most of the time I keep hearing this. I heard MBC. You know about MBC, so you know MBC what MBC is. MBC is a you all design pattern, and that's why I want to relate them with the actually MBC is not it's not a design pattern, but it's just architectural patterns. So let's go back here. Let's talk about design pattern. Okay, again, just now I mentioned design pattern is supposed inside the development. You will be using design pattern inside the development. Okay. We divide them into three categories. Creational patterns. There are patterns. That's how you can think of. Just how I mentioned, you can think of design patterns just like algorithm, but we look at from the higher level perspective. So creational is something to do with creation of objects. Okay, how you create your object. So there are some example of pattern like builder pattern, singleton, and dependency injection. I believe we are going to use most of these, whether you notice it or not, in this demo. Later on, I will be using this singleton, and then in dependency injection, I think we are going to use our Flutter later, and, but not in this video. Okay, creation is about any kind of code that relates to the creation of objects. So let me give an example. Singleton. Okay, singleton. This is a common pattern. Although it's a controversy pattern. Okay, I'm going to talk that later about why it's controversial. Singleton is actually a pattern whereby you create a class, but that class can only instantiate can only be instantiated once. That means the class can only have one object. So it seems like it defeats the purpose of having class, right? Because you have class so that later on you can create multiple objects, right? But singleton is just to create one object from each class. Okay, so what are the use cases? So for example, like you have connection database. So connection itself is a class. So for the entire program, you just need to have one connection, although you need to connect so many times. Like from table A, you want to get data from table A, you need connection to get table A. And then if you want to go to table B, select star from B, then you also need to get connection. You use connection first, but the connection from table A, table B, and so on are shared among them. The connection is shared between the query. So in that way, you don't need to create each connection for every single table. You just need to have one single connection. Okay, so that's where singleton comes in. You use one class, then you create only one object from that particular class. Just now I mentioned it's quite controversial regarding this, because when you start using this pattern, you will be seeing that it behaves like a global variables. Okay? That means you instantiate only once, and then you access this object or this instance throughout the application. That means like a global variables. It's quite controversial because in software engineering, it's not a good idea, it's not a good practice to have global variables. Yeah, that's of course when you learn software engineering, there are so many arguments between developers, whether you should use or do this and that, or whether you shouldn't do or shouldn't use this and that. So for some particular reason, singleton is even though it's controversial, you are not advisable to use that. But for some kind of use case, like just now when we talk about services, singleton is I think a good choice. Okay, as long as you don't use singleton as global variables, you access as global variable, but you don't put, for example, you don't put any state, you don't have data for the class, you just use the service. Okay, and then I think I need to stop the example on singleton because it will take some time to elaborate the remaining. Okay, so next about the structured program, structured pattern. In this category, design patterns that fall under this category is something to do with how you organize your classes. Okay, it's about composition or organizing of your classes. So like some example, I think facet design pattern, and then we have adapter. I think adapter is quite common used in Android programming when you deal with something like list and so on. So that one is about structured pattern. Is about a pattern that related to how you organize your data, your objects. Okay, and the third category is behavioral patterns. Behavioral patterns is basically how the objects communicate, how the object communicate to each other. Okay, so like just now I mentioned about a command pattern. So by command pattern, you can have a command and then you provide any you provide the some commands related, some operations related to the command. Like let's say you have the undo and redo command inside the pattern. Okay, so operational is about the creation of objects. Structural is about the composition of the class or the objects. Behavioral is about behavioral patterns is about how the objects communicate to each other. Okay, something to do with that. Okay, so architectural patterns, as I mentioned just now, it is not entirely true to put under design pattern, but because architectural pattern is under design stage. Okay, it doesn't talk about actual implementation like what we have from design pattern, creational, structure, and behavioral patterns. Architectural is more high level than design pattern. Normally architectural patterns show the components of the system, okay, and then how they relate to each other, but it doesn't show the implementation, just showing like these are some examples like MVC, MVP, okay, mobile view controller, mobile view presenter, MVVM, mobile view model. So like in MVC, we have three main components. the model, the view, and controller. Okay, this is the common pattern used for developing application that consists of data, and also you also want to focus on the presentation, like if you are dealing with web application. We are going to use this pattern in our demo later for developing our backend. Okay, so now you know about what design patterns are. So again, the purpose of this the purpose of I mentioning this topic here is not about to talk about design patterns on its own, but it's about to show you we have design pattern. And then again, to be a good software engineer, you also need to learn some design pattern. You of course you don't have to learn everything, but try to learn some of them. Okay, so let's move on to the next part. Okay, so we are going to talk about system architecture. Just now we have seen what architectural patterns are. Okay, it's about the component of your system, and then how they relate to each other, how they communicate to each other. So in the highest level of your project or our application in this course, it follows this client server application. Okay, we have client, which is your front end, which is our mobile app, and then we have server, which is our back end. Okay, and then they are connected via some kind of connectivity, like here we are using internet. Okay, so particularly we can call our architecture like web client server architecture, because we are running our architecture on top of web technologies, basically, although you are using mobile application. Okay, so the front end can be web application, a regular web application, or it can be single page application, and in our case we are going to use mobile app application. Basically, you can think of mobile application, it works like SPA application. The only difference is that we don't have to use any rendered HTML, because the UI will be rendered by our own application, in our case by Flutter framework. Okay, so we have front end, mobile app, and the back end. Okay, for the back end, we need to configure, or we need to set up our back end. At least we need two things. First is the programming language, which integrate everything, the component at the back end, and also we need the storage. Okay, so for the programming language, okay, here for the programming language, we have several technologies. Okay, you can use Node, Node, PHP, Python, Perl, and recently there is a new I think a new technology, Deno. Okay, I mentioned here. Maybe you can find on YouTube what Deno is. Okay, so the programming part is only to integrate your to the programming part is the part that you are going to use to to program everything. Okay. In this demo, we are going to use Node. Okay. By the way, Node is Deno is the same, almost the same. Basically, Node is a runtime JavaScript. That means you use JavaScript outside of browser. Okay, it's quite famous technology, and then it was founded by a software engineer, Ryan Dell, 2019. And then recently, this guy has created a new technology. He calls it Deno. In fact, this guy is not really satisfied with his own invention. That's why he came with a new one. Okay. Node is a runtime JavaScript developed with the same engine used by Chrome for rendering for executing JavaScript, which is BA engine, but it was based on C++ programming. Okay, it was, I mean, the technology for the kernel of this tool is developed with C++. And Deno is the same purpose. You can say Deno is a better version of Node. Okay? A better version here from the perspective of security. And then also Deno is developed using for the JavaScript, the engine is the same, which is JavaScript V8 engine. Is developed by Google, but the tools, the main the kernel for Deno, instead of using C, they use Rust, R-U-S-T programming language. So talking about programming language, we have several categories of programming language, like C++, and then we have C++, Go, and Rust. They fall in the same category. We call that system programming language. Okay. C is system programming language. So Rust is a kind of system programming language. I believe Deno was initially written in a Go language, which is another language created by Google for system programming, but they recently changed it into Rust. And then another difference between Deno and Node, Node by nature is JavaScript. JavaScript is the first class language in Node, but you can also on top of that you can use another superset language like TypeScript. TypeScript is a flavor of, we can call it a flavor of JavaScript, but in a better way, developed by Microsoft. Okay. But in Deno, it still supports JavaScript and TypeScript, but now TypeScript is the first class language in Deno. That means by default, instead of using .js, you can simply use .ts. Okay? For Node, if you want to use .ts, you need to install on top a compiler. It's not compiler, basically. We call it transpiler, which is the converter from TypeScript to JavaScript. Okay, so I just mentioned here Deno here, because I recommend you to try to look at this technology. I think they just released the first version this year, but it's quite trending now regarding this technology. If you're familiar with Node, you can straight away actually jump into Deno, okay, because from the programmer's perspective, it doesn't change so much. What change in here is about the kernel of the system, whereby Deno comes by default with security. So for an example, you can simply run something without permission from you. Okay? Unlike Node.js, you can run anything without permission as long as you are in the root, and then you can run. So the problem with that, let's say you install a package and then you don't verify the package, and then the package do something harmful on your system, you don't know that. Okay. In Deno, the difference with Deno, if it always asks your permission for do something. So let's say if you install something, and then let's say you install a new package, then inside the package it does something to change your configuration, like to change your files. Before you can proceed with that, the Deno will ask you, do you allow this program to change your file? So that's kind of improvement provided by Deno. So it was it's a good idea to explore this new technology, okay, but you don't want to use it yet for production. Okay, so that one for the programming part. And for the persistent data storage, storage, we need database. So we have a couple of options, or variety of options. We can use MySQL, okay, for if you are using a relational database system, or if you're familiar with NoSQL, okay, like MongoDB, you can use MongoDB, or you can even use Firebase. Okay. Normally, the common combination for this backend technologies is that not with MongoDB, okay, PHP with MySQL, or Python with MySQL, or you can also use Node with Firebase. Okay, so that's a common combination. But in this demo, we are going to use Node and MySQL. Why? Because I think you never learn about NoSQL database, so we are going to focus on Node with MySQL rather than Node with MongoDB. But later in part 2, we are going to use Node and Firebase. And Firebase is using NoSQL. We have no option. Why? Because Firebase only supports NoSQL. Okay, NoSQL database. Okay. Then what else you have in this architecture? Okay. We communicate our ends, which is the front end, with the back end by using HTTP technology. Okay, we are communicating our app to the back end, and back end to the app by using HTTP technology, which is web technology, run on top of HTTP protocol. Okay, hypertext transfer protocol. And then last time we have that one is the infrastructure, the road. Okay, but you can use different styles, different. It's not a standard basically. You can call it, yeah, maybe you can call it like standard. To the structure is the same, which is HTTP, the web technology. The structure is the same, but we can use couple of or varieties of ways for the communication, the style of our communication. Okay, the first one, we can use the bare HTTP without using any kind of advanced or advanced communication style. bare HTTP whereby you just simply, okay, I think I can show you. Okay, let's say if you want to get the profile of a given user, this is the bare HTTP. You simply write the HTTP, okay, and then you use something like for PHP get profile PHP, and then you provide query string, and then you have two normally you have two types of method, get and post. Okay, that one is bare HTTP. Okay, you can also use REST, the one that we learned from previous lecture. Okay, REST, as you can see here, they are actually using the same HTTP, but the only difference is the way you convey your request. So the way the style. So like here, right? In order to do the same, we write in this way. Okay, as you can see, it has the method, and then you follow your endpoints, and then you provide the ID. Okay, so another style is by using GraphQL. Okay, I didn't show this, and then actually we are not going to cover this in this course, but I just want to show you here. There is besides HTTP REST, we have another nowadays actually we have another kind of standard, which is GraphQL. It is basically another new standard, which is I believe this is uh, proposed by Facebook. Okay, so I mentioned it here so that you can dive deeper later on YouTube. You try to find other resources to learn this, because it's a good idea to equip yourself with some recent development of of your world, or system development world. Okay, so the style of doing requests on GraphQL, we do something like this. Okay, as you can see here, HTTP REST GraphQL is just a style of conveying your request. I mean here your application. So how the mobile app convey its request to the server. Okay, but all of them based on web technology. In the nutshell, we have all these are served by HTTP technology. Okay, so REST is there is to complement or to solve some problems with HTTP. The major problem that REST try to fix for HTTP is that to allow the communication in a more consistent way, because HTTP you can violate everything. Okay? You can use, let's say you instead of get profile user, instead of using get here, you can simply use post. Okay, so you can violate the standard. So REST is there is to allow us use HTTP in more consistent way. Okay, and then GraphQL is there is to fix some problems with REST. A major issue with REST, okay, is that where when you start developing REST service, you will notice that when you start developing web service or REST service, and then you integrate with the mobile, you notice that you will end up with a situation whereby for some use cases, for some screen, you have less information. So let's say you want to develop profile, right? Beside profile, you also want to create like followers for your profile. So what happened? You send profile, you just get the profile, right? That information is not enough for rendering the entire page because you also need followers information. Okay, how many user following you? Okay, so this is the situation we call this underfetching. Less information. You need more information, but you just get another. You get very little information. Some information is missing. So to solve that problem, normally what you want to do with REST, you need to send several requests. First, get profile. You getting back the result, and then you send another REST, another query. Okay. So another problem with REST is that you sometimes you just need the name of the user, but by using profile here you also get ID, maybe your address and so on. Okay, so that situation we call it overfetching, because we get extra unnecessary information. It should be fine, right, from the mobile perspective. However, the problem is the network. If you get more data that you need, that means you are wasting your bandwidth. So this is one of the problem. This is some of the problem that GraphQL is trying to overcome. Okay, and then the way GraphQL is working is that you specify exactly what information that this screen needs, so you can overcome the problem underfetching and overfetching. You just sending only one request, so you can save your bandwidth here. Okay, so that's why it's a good idea to learn this. So I recommend you for your web development career or for mobile application development career. I I would suggest you to learn more about GraphQL. It's quite promising technology basically. So I believe it can, but it's not really a industry standard nowadays. Okay, I think it will be coming one later, like REST. So I hope you can spend your time to learn more on GraphQL. I will try to put some additional information about this in the description box. Okay. Okay. Next. Now we are going to talk about the architectural pattern. Okay. So in most of your, I think most of your most project in this course, you are following this client server. Instead of implementing one architectural pattern, okay, for Flutter, it's a good idea to have two architectural patterns. One is only for your client, which is for the mobile app, and in that case, I want you to use this pattern. For the mobile app, we will be using MVVM, model view model architecture, and then I will be talking more this in another video, another lecture. We are going to focus and then we are going to see how actually we can use this architecture for developing your Flutter application. Okay, of course, so far you learn to develop the UI and so on, but that one is just to learn how to implement things. But later in the next video, in the next coming video, I think after the Firebase, you are going to learn how to use MVVM. It's not about how to implement things, but how to organize things. Okay, so you will be learning about how to use provider, then we are going to see what components we have inside MVVM in a more practical way. Okay, but in this video we are not going to talk more about MVVM here. Instead, we are going to talk I'm going to talk more on the backend side. So for the backend side, we will be adopting MVC architecture, model view controller architecture. I believe some of you already learned about this architecture from your previous courses. So in this video, we are going to implement that. So let's take a look what is, okay, let's focus on the backend architecture. Okay, let's take a look what MVC is. Okay, so MVC stands for model view controller. Okay, we are going to adopt this pattern for the backend, especially for developing the REST API. So MVC consists of three main parts: the model, the view, and the controller. Okay, we have, so how it works. Okay, the controller will receive requests from the client, okay, over the internet. Okay, and then that one, the request from the client will be handled by the controller. Example of requests like get, pause, patch, put, and so on. That one are HTTP requests. And once the controller get that, so you can think of controller is, as the name implies, it controls everything, getting data from the handles the request from the client, communicating to the model, and then to communicating to the view. Okay, so I think let me, okay, the controller will handle client requests like get, pause, and so on, and then it will serve that request first by getting the data from the model. So model basically part of the pattern which handles all data related. So for example, to talk to the database, like sending SQL query like select blah blah from table and so on. So this part will be dealing with the database. Okay, and it gives back the result to the controller. Once the controller get that, then it will send the data, the retrieved data, to view. The view part will handle data presentation. Okay, so what view does basically is to reformat the data into presentable format. Presentable format here means that the one that the front end needs. So for example, if front end is a web application, then you need to render in HTML format. Okay, and then it goes, the presentation will be sending to controller, and then controller will pass client as a response. Okay, as you can see here, there is no there is no communication between model and view. Although actually sometimes you can create a line between model and view, but try to avoid not doing that. Okay, so you should always want to communicate them via controller, because the controller is the mastermind here. Okay, so now you can see here, this is actually why we have this kind. Even though actually you don't have to, you get everything inside the controller, right? You get the result and then do the query here, and then getting back, reformat the data here, and then send back. It seems like it is much simpler because you just have one part instead of having extra two parts. But why you shouldn't do that? Okay, the reason is simple. It's simply because SRP, single responsibility principle, we want to adopt that, and then by adopting the principle, it makes our backend extendable, okay, in the future. You want to, let's say, if you want to change your database from SQL, MySQL to MongoDB, you don't have to change your presentation. You just change the model, right? So you change this one, and then model, the view and controller remains. So this is basically the architecture of MVC, then how it works. Okay, so let's take an example. Let's take a look at an example to show profile. So the client will be sending some kind of this URL, okay, get, and then users 10. Let's say you want to show profile for user with ID 10. Okay, the controller will see something like this. Okay, controller, okay, we communicate to the model. Okay, model, give me user 10. Okay, and then the model receive that request, and then the model will be talking to the database, select star from users with ID equal to 10, and then getting back the result, giving back to the controller. Controller will store that in user variable. Okay, and then it further do some checking. If there is a user with ID 10, or if the user is found, then give this information to the view. Okay, view, get this user, and then give me back the rendered HTML. So view will see that and then do something like this. Okay, and then view will send the render to the controller. Controller will respond to the client. Client will be having something like this, and then your application, your browser will render this accordingly. So this is how MVC works. Okay, but again, we are talking only from this backend side. MVC here in our case only the backend, not the front end. So how about our case? Because we are not developing web, right? We are developing mobile app. So in our case, we don't need the view because we don't have HTML. We don't need to render HTML. Instead, we are going to use Flutter app. So what we need, just the data, okay, without the UI, because the UI will be rendered later by our very own Flutter app. Okay, so the backend here just need to provide data. So we are adopting MVC without V. So actually we are adopting only MC. Okay, so let's say an example, get the same users 10, and then we we put some details in our architecture that work best in with the framework we are going to use later here, which is Express. So the controller here, we add the controller with some kind of helper here, call it router. This router basically is the one that routes or to channel where this request should go, because behind the scene we have so many code, right? So where this request should be handled. Okay, so the user will be sending get user 10, and then from the backend side router will see something like this, router and then get. Okay, router is okay. So you have get, you have pause, you have some other else. So that one will be handled by the router. Router gives to the controller. This will be doing the same. Okay, controller will be doing something. Send this to the model to request for the data for the particular user. Then the model will be doing the same, select stuff from users and then giving back the result to the controller after getting from the database. The controller will send directly the data, because the data is already in a JSON format. It will be sending directly to the browser. Okay, so it can have something like this. If there is a user with ID 10, and then we send the data. Okay, so you can see here we just send the data rather than the UI. So we no longer need to have, in our case, we don't have the view, because our application only needs the data. So that's the major difference between web application and REST. But the principles is the same. Okay? It follows SRP. So we have controller, which is the one that control everything, and then we have model, that the one that talking to the database. Okay. Okay, that one is about architecture we are going to use to implement our REST API server. Okay, next we are going to start implementing our demo. Okay, so in that case, I actually have done the demo beforehand. We have two projects here. One is for the back end, is for this demo. The other one is for the front end, which you want to use it later for testing the back end developed from here. So you can find the project source code on my GitHub repository by going here, RL. Okay. However, for this demo, I think we are going to start from scratch. So you only want to use this backend if you don't want to follow along the code. Right? But this one, we are not going to do any coding for the front end. Project that I already provided here. But in fact, this one is actually from your exercise number 3, to-do list application. So I can go ahead to grab this from my repo, prepare. So now let's get started for the backend. Okay. So first of all, it's a good idea for doing development on local configuration, meaning that you only deploy later on Heroku when you're ready for production. But for development stage, it's a good idea to do it on local machine. So in that regard, we are going to set up our local development environment. What you need to do is, of course, you need Node JS, you need server, you need MySQL server. So first, okay, you need to install XAMPP. You can go straight away, go in if you don't install yet. And then provide you some servers like Apache web server, PHP script, PHP compiler, PHP myadmin, and MySQL server, and some other extra tools like FTP FileZilla server. What else? Okay, but in this project, in this demo, okay, basically you just need to have MySQL server, because we want to have server. In fact, you don't have to have PHP myadmin or Apache web server, as you may familiar from your web programming. You need to install Apache or web server or PHP myadmin. In this demo, I'm not going to use PHP myadmin. You only need to have MySQL server. And then for the web server, because we are going to use Node.js, we don't need Apache web server. Instead, we are going to write our own web server by using Express.js. Go ahead to install them if you don't have one. And you also need to have MySQL client, because we need to interact to the server, right? To our SQL server. So you can do it manually by using command line. Okay, MySQL command line. Or you can simply use PHP myadmin if you want to install extra client. Or you want to install another SQL client. This is the most famous one, actually. I think this is the standard for MySQL Workbench. You can download this, but again, I'm not going to use this. Okay, I'm going to use a very lightweight version of SQL admin. It seems quite stable. I have used for quite some time now, which is a MySQL admin. We are going to use whatever it is. It's up to you. You can use any MySQL client, okay, to interact to your client. So the reason I'm not using PHP myadmin here, why? Because PHP myadmin, if you want to use PHP myadmin, make sure you run XAMPP web server, Apache web server, and also on your local environment. I'm not going to use PHP myadmin here, because later on I'm going to connect to the server, right? One is for the local, the other one is on Heroku. Okay, so PHP myadmin can only be used locally. That means PHP myadmin can access local database on your local machine. If you want to access on Heroku, then that means you also need to install PHP myadmin on Heroku, but I don't want to do that. So alternatively, you use SQL client, another SQL client like Workbench, or in our case, I'm going to use MySQL admin. Then you also need to install, of course, you need to install Node.js. Okay, next is, okay, now we are going to create database first. Okay. By the way, before you can do this, you need to run your local server. So maybe I can go to add my server. So let me check, where did I put my server? Yeah, I already have here. So this is after installing XAMPP. You have this you have this interface. If you are not really sure what software that you need, you just install everything on your machine. Okay, but in my case I only install Apache and MySQL. But in this case I'm not going to use Apache, I'm just need to use MySQL. So I need to start MySQL. Okay, here, and again, then to access this, normally you are using phpMyAdmin, right? If you run phpMyAdmin, you also need to start your Apache here. Since I'm not using phpMyAdmin, so that means I don't need to use PHP, I don't need to use Apache, so I just simply connect from another SQL client. Here I'm using MySQL admin, a Chrome version, okay, Chrome extension version. Okay, so let's see. Here you can create your own configuration. Okay, by default, if you don't specify any password, by default the password, the credential is username root and password is empty. You simply do that, something like this. Then the host name you use loopback localhost here, and then you can specify the name so that later on you can refer your configuration. So let me check and connect localhost. Now this is the localhost I have. Okay, and then we can check database what we have here. I have done my database here. You can select your database from here, but for now I think I need to delete this so that we can do the demo. I think, let me check. I did it to do here. I'm going to delete this database, delete drop database for normally for by convention SQL is using capital letter, drop database, but it's not compulsory. Database to-dos db. Okay, I execute. To-dos, I don't have to-dos db, instead I have to-do db. I no longer have, I no longer have. Okay, check what's going on here. So okay, I no longer have to do. Okay, okay, let's going back to, okay, so what we are going to do next is to create our own database. Okay, our very own database. I'm going to call that to-dos db. Just now I just deleted mine because I already done that beforehand. Okay, my advice here, when you write your schema for your database, it's a good practice to write from script rather than you do it from the UI, the GUI. Okay, like if you are doing it on PHP, I mean, you tempted to use the GUI, but it's not a good practice to do that. Why? Because you don't store your schema in form of script. So it's a good idea to, it's a good practice to provide us a dedicated script for that. So you can use my pre-created database here. Okay, and go there. So I think you can click on this, but I already get mine from here. I think I can go from go to the website here. This website is basically here. Okay, you can find this from the slide. Okay, I have this inside here. Okay, you can go to this page. So but here I don't think so. I have provided the database. So we need data. I don't provide the instruction here, so we need to use the this one. So you can go here, right? Let me copy this. You go to this URL. In fact, this is the GitHub repo. Okay, you go to the SQL. I have provided the schema for the database script, then we'll be seeing this. Okay, go there. So what we are doing here is just create the database, create tables, and put some data on inside the table. So we are going to copy the file because I'm not going to talk about the database here. You just need to have a database. So sure, once copied, then we can go to here. Don't have database yet, so go to query, start, and put my query here. As you can see here, we create a database, okay, and then create table, and then some table. You just execute. Okay, let's check. Hopefully everything is going fine. Check. Doesn't seem any error, but it doesn't show database. I think I need to, and then try to connect again. And now I have my database here. And when you go to the database, refresh, then select star from supposed to get because we don't have database. Okay, I think just now it doesn't work. Here we don't see any tables. Why? Because not because there is error. Just not because we didn't create to-dos. Just now we are outside from table the database. In fact, here we need to specify use to-dos, or if you don't want to do that, let me execute. Okay. Forgot to let me check. Create a new one. Create a new one and then use to db. And simply actually select manually, and then Okay, I'm going to copy my okay. Okay, I'm going to paste the code again here. And again, here we choose E, but we don't have to. We simply run and we have our table here. We have our data. Okay, for now, for this demo, we only have one table for simplicity, because we are not going to focus on the database, but instead we are going to focus the REST API service. So our database has been provisioned here. So now we can proceed to the next part, which is writing code. We are going to start writing the code for REST API service. So before we start with that, so let's take a look at the structure we are going to use for this code. Before we start doing everything, we are going to structure our project something like this. Okay, we have maybe you can call it backend Node MySQL, and then inside there you can provide your API folder. Okay, and you can have additional or optional folder dev. So what I mean about dev here actually is you provide any materials that you are going to use as helper, but not part of the code, but just helper for your project. Something like just now we have setup underscore database SQL. It's not part of the code, but if you are going to use that file to create database, and later on you want to test your REST API by REST client, so you can provide your REST request here. Okay, the most important folder we have that you need to have in this project is API. So you can simply basically to put everything outside, but I prefer to use mine under one folder. But the most important thing is inside this folder you need to segregate them by something like models, controllers, and the rest. So since just now we were talking about the MBC, right, the MC model. So this is the structure following that. Okay? So we have models, we have controllers, then inside models you will be putting all your model. So you can assume, you can think of a model as a resource, or it can be a table. Okay, but it's not necessarily a table, because a resource or an endpoint can use one or more tables. So you can think of models as and a resource. In our case, because we are dealing only one resource, which is to-dos, I just have here, I only have to-dos model. Okay, basically putting underscore model here is just preference. I have seen some most of developers prefer to put underscore model, because one of the reason actually when you open the file, you see explicitly, you see literally the to-dos model. You see the word, because later on you also have to-dos, but it's not model, but it's a controllers. Okay, so the same goes for Flutter. You have to-do screen, to-do model, to-do. Then when you open on your VS Code, you can see literally now you are currently working on to-dos model rather than to-dos view. Okay, accordingly you also need to have controllers. Okay, normally they are matching. Something like if you have to-dos model, you also have to-dos controller here. Okay, we are going to look at this in a moment, what they are. Okay, Then you can extend this to other models, like, or to other resource. Okay, something like this. Okay, and then server is our application, our main part, our main program. So node will be running this file. You can call it as a main file. Yeah, you can call this index.js, main.js. Customary, by convention, you can use index or server here. And then we also need to have a database. This database actually to facilitate the model, to do the connection between these models to a database. Okay, you can recall in our architecture, models will be talking to the database. So this database.js will facilitate that. Okay, so instead of putting you can actually use the database here, but instead of putting everything inside for a part individual model, so it's a good practice to put repeated instruction into another, or into a dedicated file. Okay, then after that we need to we start with setting up the database connection. That means you want to connect from Node JS to MySQL, but for now we are going to use locally. And then after that we start completing the models files to the route handlers. And then okay, so we are going to do this start from scratch, and then if you want to code along, you can refer some of the code snippet from this thing. So let's get started with setting up the database connect. Okay, setting up the project structure. So I can close this. Okay, I can start, go here. Okay, so let's set up our project first. First of all, you can go to any folder where you want to put your code, your project. So I'm going to put here. So I need to create a new folder. I just press Ctrl Shift N. I want to call this something like Backend not MySQL. You don't want to, you can also actually use command line here. You use git bash, open a git bash there, and then you create a folder. Okay, let call this res not MySQL. So just to follow the, call this res not MySQL. Now I have an empty folder here, so I can open git bash from here, or I just simply open this file to a VS Code. Okay, now we have our folder open on VS Code, just empty folder. Now you can use git bash, but I prefer to use git bash directly from VS Code. And open terminal, or pressing Ctrl backtick. Now I have my terminal here. Okay, so I already configured my VS Code to use by default to use bash as my terminal. By default, if you don't specify this, then by default you are going to use PowerShell. Then PowerShell is using different language or different commands, so it's not applicable for this. But here I'm going to show you issuing all the commands in Unix based commands. So if you don't have bash here, so what you want to do, you simply go your project, use bash externally. Go here, right click, and then git bash from here. So that means it will be opening your git bash from outside. Okay, so I'm going to right from here. Now we are going to structure our, and then you just simply code. First, we initialize this. Okay, this is very important. Okay, don't forget to git init, because later on we want to deploy this to Heroku, and then Heroku is using git to package your project. Okay, so to avoid errors later, initialize our folder as the init folder, but make sure you are inside the folder, and then we are going to create some files and folders. You can simply use from here, okay, create from here, but in this case I'm going to use command line. Like, okay, first I'm going to create a git ignore. Git ignore is file used by git init, a git to specify which file that you want to ignore from being tracked by git. So for now we just create an empty file first before we are going to specify the content of each of these files later. Another one is the environment. Okay, I'm going to explain that later, what's the purpose of this file. Okay, then you can start creating a new project, a new node project. So the way you want to do it is by using npm. Okay, by the way, you must make sure you already install Node, because npm is under Node tool. So we create a new file. It's similar to like Flutter create, but this is for Node. Okay, if you don't specify the option -y, so it will execute this command interactively. That means you need to specify what is the name of the index, what is, do you want to use this and that and so on. But I want to skip everything, so I simply put option y. Okay, now we have once we have that, as you can see here, we have some files created in our folder, like a JSON and so on. We are going to set that later. Then we need to start installing dependencies. Okay, that means the libraries or the package that our app will be using later. So the most important package is install, or you can install the short form I. We need Express. This is the one that we are going to develop for our web server and also our routing. We need a package MySQL. We need only 2 packages that we need for this project. Then next, we also need to have another package, which is nodemon. You can think of nodemon. The purpose of nodemon is similar to like light server, familiar from web programming, whereby, because later on we keep updating our code, and every time you update your code you need to refresh your server, right? So if you want to skip that process, let nodemon help us. So every time you update, it will automatically refresh our server. So we need nodemon, and we also need .env. .env is basically a package that we are going to use to mimic environment variables. Okay. Environment variables basically are variables they are injecting or given by the operating system or the platform that you are running on your machine. So you can also specify the environment variables by using your environment variable. In Windows, you have different way of specifying the environment variables. in Unix based, you have different ways of specifying environment variables. So here we are using .env. Later on, we need this just to create mock environment variables, because development we need environment variables. Later on, when we deploy on Heroku, the environment variables will be given by Heroku platform. Okay, however, this one is not used for production. This is only for deployment. This is only for development. So in that case, we just need to save this as development dependency. So that means when we deploy for production later, for real for the live server later, we don't need to install nodemon. So we just need this on the development stage. So we do that. Okay, done. And then when you see in our folder, all the process that we did just now, we created some files and some folders, right? Now we need to get started editing the files. Okay. First of all, we want to edit the package JSON. Here, I can close this. Just now I was pressing Ctrl B to hide the bar. I want to hide the terminal, Ctrl J. Okay. Just hide the terminal. Later on, you can open by pressing J again. So here, what we are going to do here is that to change this, I want to have a development here. You can specify any name here, yeah, whatever you want. But later on, when you invoke this, use the same name. Okay. I'm going to call this during development. What I want to do, I run nodemon, and then because I want to run my server.js, so in my server.js under API, so I need to run something like this. This is for development, and the second one is very important. Okay, even though this one actually you need to do it later, but it's a good idea to do it now. Okay, here for this one, it's up to you. You can use any name you prefer. You can use dep start or whatever here, but because later on you want to call npm run development, you can invoke literally from your command. But this one is very important. This is for production. Okay, you must use start for this case, because later on we are going to deploy this on Heroku. Heroku will be looking at this name start. Once you up your server or deploy on Heroku, it will be executing the start script. So here, when we start our server, instead of using nodemon, we run the server, okay, or using node. Okay, I think that's all we need for this file. Okay, and we save, and I can open another file. What we also need to, okay, git ignore. We need to specify this file. Okay, you can use from here, but since I don't have so much screen, so I Ctrl P to open file. Maybe I can open from here. Let me check what we have. A package.json. I can type git.ignore. I want to edit this. So git ignore will be used by git. Okay, when you commit git, let's say git commit, it will track and commit or will store your changes. Okay. You can tell git that, okay, I don't want you to track this file. So the way you want to do it is by specifying this .git ignore. So in this case, we don't want to track, not modules. Okay, why? Okay, because later on when you install, Heroku will download automatically by looking at your package.json. You don't have to reinstall again and again. Okay, so we specify, okay, by specifying this. You want to make sure you put, if you don't put, that means it is a file, this is a folder. Here you can see here, if you make sure you specify, you don't git ignore put not modules. Otherwise, when you start pushing to GitHub or Heroku, you will also push these very large folders. You don't want to do that. Okay, so make sure very important to specify your git ignore. Okay, so because npm doesn't automatically design for working with Git, so that's why we need to do it manually. But in Flutter Create has the option to work automatically with Git, so that's why it provides you by default a git ignore, and then inside the git ignore it provides you a list of folders that you need to skip. For example, like the build, right? The build, you need to skip build, otherwise your git so large. Okay, I also need to ignore this variable. Okay, .env is basically the file that you will specify your sensitive information, your credential. So because later on we are going to connect to database, right, from Node JS need to provide your credential, so you don't want to share your credential with others, right? So that's why you need to skip. You don't want to push to GitHub, so that's why this is how we do it. Now we can now start structuring our project folders. I can open again my terminal by pressing Ctrl J. Okay. Again, you can also use from here, or you can also simply use Windows Explorer to run everything. So we simply just create, okay, if you mkdir dev mkdir, and simply copy this everything. So we'll be showing this. So then I will pause this video, and then I will coming back once I have done for this step. Okay, now I believe I already did everything. Have this kind of structure. You can see here just now, because we put ignore modules, that it is alert. That means they are ignored by the Git. Now have this structure. The structure is following the one that I showed you just now. The file structure, the project structure. Now we need to move on here. We start creating our first server. Okay, let's start do it. Going to open server.js. This is actually the main application. Okay, first of all, we need to bring all the package, the library. We need Express for the server and the routing, which is the way we do it in Node.js, something like this. And require, we need Express. Okay, what else? For now, we just use Express. Okay, then we simply this is the basic setup for, okay, I forgot, this is only porting the audio, so we need to create an application here. Express. Okay, by the way, in JavaScript, semicolon is optional. I don't use a semicolon here. So listen. Okay, listen. This is to start our server, and then you specify port number. The first one is port number. That's it, you need. Okay. This is just to start our server. But if you want to be more descriptive, and you want to see from the console log, otherwise you don't know what is going on, you can create a logging message on the screen. Okay, so we can do it something like this, just for revision for those who are not familiar with Node.js. So I can put code, or okay, it can recall. I can call callback. Okay? I can put callback here. So what is a callback? Callback basically is a function that normally you are passing to another function. So something like, so callback is not a data, but it's a function. So I can create my function something like function callback. Okay. Then I can do whatever I want to do here. Okay, so this is a function, but it's not convention in Node.js. Normally in Node.js, when you are dealing with callback, because this function you only call once, right? The reason you have defined dedicated explicitly something like this, because you want to keep calling this repeatedly. But this one callback for listen, callback is just once to be called. So by convention, callback we write directly inside here, and then we call this as anonymous function or closure. So this is the same. You just write the same without having. You can simply do something like this, function same. The only difference here, you don't specify the name, or there is a shorthand arrow function. This is what I want to do here. Okay, what I want to do here, I just want to specify case server is running on port 3000. Okay, that's it. Okay, but let's say if you want to, okay, now let's do something. Okay, for the beginning, I think some of you are already familiar with Node.js quite bored, okay, because I will try to give some foundation for those who are not familiar with Node.js. So bear with me. Okay, now as you can see here, what if you want to change your port number 4000, and then you need to also to change. So the way you want to do it, why don't we create a, make it as a variable, port is 3000, and then simply we change this port with 3000. Okay, how to inject port 3000 here? You can use normal interpolation port, or you can use template string or string interpolation, but it's quite weird in JavaScript, because JavaScript provide another way of, you cannot do directly interpolation with single quote, double quote. Instead, JavaScript provide a dedicated string format, which is a backtick. Backtick is a quote that you find under your escape key. You put server is running on port, and then the string interpolation, you're doing something like this. Okay, again, next is since we are running this later on, we are going to run this on our local machine. We can specify the port number whatever we want, right? So you can use 2000 and so on. But later on on Heroku, when you deploy, you cannot simply specify the port number, because Heroku will be running not only your program but other programs. So Heroku will give you port numbers. So how do you know what port numbers that Heroku give you? That's where environment variable comes in. So normally you can grab the environment variables from here, from something like this. Yeah? In Node JS, you grab from process environment variable. Okay. Then the port number, it will be specified in the port number. This is, so Heroku will give you this one, and then you can grab here. But now the problem, what if you want to run on the local machine? So you don't have port number on the environment unless you specify on your environment variables on use, or alternatively you can specify here port equal to this will mimic the process environment variable. Now the question, how to load this, because you cannot simply call this is outside of the file, right? We are going to, where is my server? That one. Where you load that by using package, which is you load, which is by requiring the .env package, and then you get config. So this will be loading all the variables you have inside the .env. Okay, now let's set continue this code to just to test out whether the everything is working. So I need to continue this with adding code to show result on the browser. How to do that? Once you have, just now we have this, so just to start server up, I can create a simple route here, app.get, okay. And then app.get, I specify the root route. Okay, we are going to talk more on this routing and also route. And then here, what I want to do, I go to the root of my page, my home website. So here again, we are using a callback. Okay, just add, and then this callback I'm going to do here. So this is a special one. This is a special callback. This is what we call a middleware, a middleware or route handler callback, and it has its own signature. It accepts three parameters: the request, response, and then for now you don't have to worry about this. The next, what I'm going to do here is that once I go to the root, and what I want to do is I just need to reply here. Okay, I'm going to write the same, this one. I'm going to write the same. Server is running on port blah blah. Since I'm using port here, this one I need to bring Okay, put here, but make sure I put all under required, because this variable only exists after this one. Okay, by the way, later on, this require only use during development. Later on, when you deploy on Heroku, you need to comment out this. Let's save it. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, how to run the server. So here we run npm run. Just now we have development, right? This one will be running, not more. Let's try. If there is an error, then we can fix that. Also good. Server is running. It shows. Yeah, it doesn't show this one. Why? We need to put this inside console log. Okay. Then whenever I run this, except this, as you can see now, not mon kicks in, it restart the server. Okay, so now the server is running. Okay, let's try this out. I'm going to, and then also you can see that this config already also working because it grabs the correct port number. Let me go to localhost 3000. Now the server is running perfectly. Okay, so we managed to run our server this time. Okay, next we need to move further. Set up database connection. Okay, to set up database connection, it's a good idea to have dedicated file for that you don't have to write the same code over and over again. So in that regard, we are going to modify database.js. We are going to put everything inside database.js. So let's take a look. I believe you're familiar with connecting to database, right? When every time you want to connect to database, you need to specify your connection credential, like your host, your username, your password, and your database name that you want to access to. Okay, so normally you write all the credential hard coded, right? So then when you push to GitHub, everyone can see your hard coded credential. So we don't want that. So the way we want to do it is the same goes. We go to environment variables. In that case, want to create our environment variables. So let's go ahead, go to environment variable, add another environment variable. So you simply copy this. By the way, in DND you can use comment by hash. So this is the setting that I have on my machine, localhost. I think you also have the same configuration, as long as you don't change your the default setting from installation. This is some configuration that we need to do connection from Node JS to MySQL. We save this. After that, now we can start coding on our database. Okay, I hope you can pay attention on this part. This is very important because it's not just simply programming. So I'm going to show you some of the solid principle here. Okay, so let's close this and we can open database data API. Okay, first of all, we need this Why? Because we want to load environment variable. Okay, I think we don't have to do that here, because I think it can, for now let's try to comment this out first, because just now we already download this from the main file. Let's comment this out first. Okay, since we are going to use SQL, then we need to include the library. MySQL. Okay, then okay, so MySQL package already provide you the for doing all your SQL queries. What I mean here, you can simply straight away writing your code by using this, so without creating any extra code. So for example, you can, if you want to create connection, you can do something like connection MySQL here. You create connection. This function requires config, where you can specify host, what is your host, blah blah. Then what is your host is localhost, and then username, root, and so on. Okay, you got the point. So then you can start sending query like connection query. Okay, and then you can start put your select statement, select blah blah, and so on, and then you have here is your result, error, and result, right? Okay, so this is, I think, the one that you familiar in your web programming, so you are doing something like this. But here I'm going to show you a better way. Instead of using this way, I'm going to create a wrapper class. Okay, there is a reason why we need to do that. First of all, we want to implement singleton, and also we want to change the way we do non-blocking or asynchronous programming by using promise instead of using callback. Okay. So what I want to do here, I'm not going to use this, but instead I'm going to create a class, and then I'm going to call it like database. Okay, this is how you create class in JavaScript. We have the constructor. This is how you create constructor in JavaScript. Okay, so let's take some time to learn this. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to create by my code. I just need to grab this. Okay. The key point I want to create here, this one. Okay, this is just now we were using create connection, but instead of using create connection, I'm going to use create pool. Okay, I would recommend you to use create pool rather than create connection. Why? Because create connection is more suitable for small users, but if you have a large number of users accessing to your system, you need to create several connections at one time. So create pool will help you to manage to rotate the connection, so you don't have to use one connection and then the other query will be waiting for connection to complete, and then get executed. So by creating by using create pool, so you have several connection run at one time, but you will be selecting which connection is free. Then you are going to use that free connection, but you don't have to worry about the choosing of which connection to be used, because we will be simply using this library. Let this library do that part. So you can see here, okay, this is attribute. The way you want to put attribute, I simply want to use this pool because I want to use, okay, you don't write something like this is not attribute. The way you want to do attribute, okay, put as attribute something like this. The rest is the same. The only difference here is that you have the connection. Okay, so here I'm specifying if I don't mention the connection limit in environment variable, so by default I will assume it is 10 connection at the time, and the rest is the same, but make sure you already specify this. Okay, okay, now then okay, so let's move on to exciting part, to me at least, to me. So this connect database, we are going to implement singleton. Okay, singleton design pattern. Why? Because the connection, I mean the reference to database, we only need to have one database at a time. So they are shared by different queries. Okay, so the way you want to do it is this is okay. When we deal with this design pattern, it has similar pattern. Okay, for singleton, okay, this is the pattern of singleton. First of all, you check is there is an instance has been created for this from this class. If yes, then you simply return that instance, something like that. That means you don't have to create a new one. So again, when you use return, the return will stop up to this point, so it doesn't go to the remaining. Otherwise, that means there is no instance yet, right? So it goes here, and then during this time here we specify database dot instance equal to this. This is actually what we call a design pattern for singleton. This is the design pattern. Whatever language you are using, the pattern is something like this. Okay, to determine whether the instance has been created from this class. If so, then just return that pre-created instance. Otherwise, create a new one and then assume that created instance as the instance for this class. So that's why here why we use class name rather than this. Okay, the remaining is the same, something like that. Okay, this is just to put extra information about the instance. Okay, one thing done. The next is about I need to continue this with this is for the constructor. I need to add another method, just an helper method. I have provided here basically. I think let me just copy this. Okay, we are going to create a wrapper, because okay, if you don't use a wrapper, how to send a query? You send a query to MySQL. If you are using pool, you simply use pool dot query and then like this. Then you specify your command select star from select star from, let's say, to do's. Okay, and then the second one, you have parameters here. So parameters basically is if you want to use a prepared statement. Another topic I want to show you here, prepared statement. Okay, use prepared statement rather than template string. Okay, I think for those who were with me in my web program, I have explained this. Okay, what is the reason? Prepared statement is the one that you want to go rather than in template string, because one of the reasons is to make your SQL more secure. Okay, so let's say if you want to do something, select star from to do's, let's say where id equal to 10, right? Okay, this is hard coded, but what if you want id to be variable? You might be thinking to do something like you concatenation, you add something like this, or maybe you use template string. Okay, this is the stem basically, but in different syntax, where id equal to string id, right? You may be tempting to write in this way, right? But please don't do this way. Okay, this is prone to what we call SQL injection. Someone can change this code by specifying illegal text, and then it makes your, especially when you do your checking for your user credential. Okay, you can simply, the user can pass id. Okay, when like it can pass something like 1 equal to 1. So when this one injected to here, then maybe it can use something like or 1 equal to 1. Okay, let's say the id, which is if the user is inserting from the or password, something like password inserting, and then when it goes here, the statement is always true. So this is what we call SQL injection. So solution is use prepared statement. Normally library support prepared statement, okay, regardless of language. Node JS, this is how we use prepared statement. So select star from to do's where id, you don't do this, but we simply use that one. Okay, it's slightly different basically, and then how you pass id, you pass from the second parameter, because this one is not executed by your template string, but is executed, it will be processed by the library itself. Okay, it knows how to deal with it, avoid SQL injection, do it something like or yeah, you can extend with, if you have another, maybe id equal and then whatever equal to something like. So there is another attribute we put here. Use this approach. Okay, now coming back to this part. Okay, since we are not sending any attribute, we can simply use here like empty string. Okay, but for pull query, it has 3 parameters. The first one is statement, second one is the maybe I can simply id equal to make it more sense. Now the question, once you send the query, database will execute this and then it return the result. So how do you get the result? The way you want to do it by default is basically from here. It's the result. Here, result here is a callback function. And then this callback function, the way you want to check it is something like this. Okay. First of all, you check if there is an error, and then for simplicity, we are not going to use this code, but just to show you, you are going to do error handling here, blah blah blah, and so on. You just need to deal with if there is no error. So if there is no error, that means you get the result. You get the result. So the result, if you are selecting from this, that means you only have one rows. So you can get the rows here, which is coming from result 0, because the result is a list of rows. Then get the first one, and then you can do anything with the result. Okay. Let's say you want to render the result. So let's say if I want to get the ID, so ID is basically row ID, blah blah blah. So this is the default way of dealing with the result. Okay. The approach given by default library, the library by default, it gives us what we call callback. I can call it callback style. Okay. I think you noticed from, I think last time, this is the approach that we are using, right? So it's not really intuitive, it's not really convenient to work with callback. Okay. The reason why MySQL provide this, because it needs to make sure this process is asynchronous, because when you send a request, you don't immediately get the result. You need to wait at the server to process that and return the result back to you. You don't know when the result coming back. The way MySQL tells you by using this, and this is by default, it's a callback approach. Okay. So we are not going to this approach because later on it's very easy to work, much easy to work with another approach, but serving the same purpose. We are going to change this into promise based, or this is basically promise. In JavaScript we call it promise. We call it promise. In dot, it is basically future. What does this thing do? Is basically for asynchronous. You are dealing asynchronous coding, so you are dealing with promise. So that means you can deal with asynchronous programming by using callback approach or promise approach. So now, what I'm going to do, I want to create a wrapper. A wrapper, you can call it a wrapper, just like a helper that does this thing. I'm going to change the callback style in promise style, so you can get rid of this. So I have explained that. Okay, now, so okay, we create our own method. This is you create on your method. If it is a method, you simply write something like this. Don't use function here, don't use this. You write just the method name, the method parameter. I'm going to call the first parameter is MySQL. Second parameter is the params. Okay. So what we are going to do here is that, okay, so I think we are going to return, okay, promise. Okay, promise. In order to return a promise, this promise, you specify a callback inside. This when you create a promise, you need to specify the callback. So the callback you can write it something like this. But this callback has its own identity or signature. The first parameter is resolve, what you want to do if promise is successful. The second one is reject. Okay, so we are going to do something like this. This pull just now, see, we use this here because it's coming from, we want to use that we created from there. This pull equal to query. First parameter is the statement itself, it is SQL. Second parameter is the parameter, it is param. The first parameter is the one SQL. Second parameter will go here. The third parameter is the result, right? So the result is another okay, please bear with me, another callback. And then this callback has its own signature, which is the first one is parameter error, the one is result. Okay, and then this another callback. So here we simply use if error, then return reject error. Otherwise, okay, you don't have to use the else here because, well, if return is executed, then it doesn't go to the next line, right? Resolve, result. Okay. Okay, we're done with that. Okay. Now, up to this point, we just created the content for this class, right? We need somehow to allow this file being used outside from this file, to allow this class to be used outside from this file. So we need to do something. So the way you want to do it, you need to export this, whatever you want to export here. So this is how you tell how you do in JavaScript to expose this any part of code to outside. If you want to, let's say, if you want to export variable, something like data, and then you put hello, then you export data. If you want to export class, okay, so just now we export the class, something like that. But in our case, we don't want to export the class, right? Because the class will be used only once. What we want to export is an object. So I can create object something like this. I can call database and then create an object. Then I can export database. This is all we need for this. So here I am exporting an object, or I can simply run this without explicit variables. Same. Okay, now we finish with this. I hope you got the point what we have discussed here regarding callback, singleton. Okay, now how to consume this? I think I missed something. I code here. Okay, I need to do correction. This support database. Okay, now let's consume this. We are going to write our code in the server. Okay, first of all, we need to import that file, which is by using constant database equal to require database. Then, by the way, first of all, I want to check this out whether this can work without y.env. What we can do, just console log check out process env and host. I think let's try this out. Okay. Oh, set everything. It seems it doesn't find the, so that means I need to open this. Let's try this. Doesn't work. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's not host. Let's try this out again. It's supposed to be database. Database host. I think we can. It is working. So that means we don't have to use config here. Why? Because that one has been ordered from here. Now, what I want to do next. Okay, how to consume this? So we already require the import, and then let's change this. So here we let's say we simply do something like we send a query to the database and then we display the result onto the screen. Okay, how to do that? Simplest way is, we have database, right? And just now we had create our wrapper function method query. Here I'm going to send select all from table to do's. Then this one will give us the result, which is I'm going to grab here result equal 1. Then later on we want to send this to browser, but instead of using send, I'm going to send as a JSON. It's basically this sort of like a wrapper to send JSON, so you don't have to send here and then you need to do encoding, stringify. You don't have to do that because that is the wrapper. You just say the JSON, so JSON of this result underneath. But now, as you can see here, I think when we run this, let's try this. I don't think so we can get correct result. See, empty. Okay, why is that? It is because when we run this way, we run and then we straight away go to this one, even though we don't know whether this operation has completely finished. So that's why we get result here. Okay? We get empty. Why? just now we have find this method to be a promise based. So it's similar to working on Flutter or on Dart, or working on asynchronous by using future, or here you call it promise. Whenever I want to make sure I only want to run this code, okay, I only want to run this code, which is sending a result to the browser, once I finish this. Okay, but now we don't achieve that. Why? Because this is a non-blocking programming, right? So you simply run this, it doesn't complete yet, but you straight away go to this result. So how to achieve that? This is where the await async syntax comes in. This is the in Flutter we have this also. You write a synchronous programming, it behave like asynchronous programming. That means non-blocking, but it looks like synchronous programming, which is the way you're familiar with in C or in Java. So this is very handy syntax basically. So once you write this await here, you want to make sure all this code must be put inside a synchronous function. So in Node JS, it's similar like in Dart. You need to label this function. Remember, here we label this guy because this code inside the callback, not the get one, right? Okay, so let's try run this again. Now as you can see, now you get the correct result. Okay, we grab from the database and we just simply respond to browser. Okay, let's refine this code, because as you can see from this code, this is actually violating the SRP principle, the single responsibility principle in Solid, whereby here for the get we are doing two things. First is communicating with the database, then communicating with the browser, just sending back the result to the browser. So we need to refactor this code. Okay, in fact we are not actually implementing the right way that we want it, like in our MVC model. So if you can recall from our MVC model, okay, the controller doesn't talk directly to database. That one will be doing by the model part. The controller only communicate to the model, then sending back the result to the browser. Okay, now so let's define our first model class. So here we have our model class. So we create our model class here, but since here we are going to use query, then you need to import the database .js. Okay, then we can start creating our model. Okay, I can call it to do model. Okay, again here we also implement this with a singleton pattern. Okay, so as you can see here, I simply copy this, okay, just to save our time. As you can see, the pattern is the same. Okay, as you can see here, pattern for singleton. First, we need to check whether we have created an object from this class. If so, then just return that created object, otherwise create a new one. Okay, now then okay, I need to remove this. Then I can start creating a new. So what you want to put inside this model, okay, remember, because here we are going to implement singleton, so you don't have to provide data here. This is slightly different from model you familiar in Flutter, because in Flutter the model we define inside MVVM, it's basically just a convenient way of consuming your data, right? So you put your data structure inside the model, but model in MVC is the part of the code that will be communicating to the database. So it seems like a service. Okay. So here, for now, we just need to what actually you want to provide here. You provide the interface for the controller to consume what the controller will see for this class. Okay, we want the controller to see, okay, we have get, okay, let's say get all to-dos. You also want to get one to-do by ID. Okay, maybe you can proceed with create a new to-do, and then the list goes on. So for now, let's try with this the first two. Okay, so we create a method. Okay, so then we are going to create like result, the same result. Okay, and then here we are going to send the data. This is what I mean about let the models talk to database. We are doing here query, so select star from to-dos, right? And then you get the result. Okay, and then here you don't send the result directly to the browser, because that one will be done by the controller, not by the model. So what you return here is just the result. Okay, then again we will be facing the same problem because this one is asynchronous, and then we need to make sure this process finish before we return the data, the result to the callers. So again, make it await here to make sure this part finish first before we moving on to the next line. But since we have await here, then you need to make sure you wrap them in async, right? Something like that. Or if I simply use, okay, because this one actually you can write something like this one, right? Return. So I don't have any await keyword here, so I can do it something like this. So basically it is the same. Okay, it's the same. This is returning all to-dos. Now let's do for the other one. Okay, we simply copy this, get, let's call it by get by ID, and then we expect the controller will send us ID. How to do that? Okay, so constant, you get the result. Okay, query select star from to-dos where id. Again here use prepare statement, okay, rather than a template string. So I expect the id coming from here. This is the id. Okay, again, because every time you call select, it will give a list of result, although it is only one row. So then you want to return result 0, and again this is supposed to be await async. Okay, because in this case we need to do this because we want to do this. We want to return get the result first, which is the result from the query, and then we do some processing. We type only one row. I think for now we only try with this one. Okay, let's try consume this. Okay, now here we no longer need to talk directly to the database, right? Because talking to the database will be done by model, not by the controller. So I'm going to remove this database. We no longer need it. Okay, so here in here await. So here I'm going to call to this guy. I forgot just now. We didn't. Then we need to export. Okay, we forgot this one. We just export. Need to export this guy here. The model. Then here we need to import that model, which is, you can call it, I think I want, let me consistent. I'm going to use the name. What is the name I'm going to use here? Okay, to-dos model. Okay, call it to-dos model, and then here is the models, to-dos model. Okay, now in this we just call to-dos model dot get, see, and send the result here. You can see here it is much cleaner. Okay, so later on, if you want to change your model, you just change your model without changing your controller, provided you specify what methods you want to export from the model. So let's more specific, maybe here I'm going to use to-dos. Okay, to-dos, so that our by the way, let's check our server. Yes. So here I don't think so. If we run this now, we cannot get we get an error because now we no longer have the root. Instead, one is to-dos. Okay. What is happening here? Again, the same is supposed to be await. Now we get the same result. Okay, now let's try to consume the get by ID. So I can simply do something like this: get to-dos, and then this is how we do it in Express. You specify this ID. Okay, with get. But now ID, how to consume the ID? ID, or I can call it to-do ID, is equal to, how to get this? It comes from the request params.id. You write here ID, you need to use ID. Okay. call it like to do ID, then you use TDID here. Okay, so let's TDID, and then here so we already provide this method, right, by ID plugin to do ID. Okay, but for the this is you can actually simply just, because I don't want to create extra variable, so it is the same. Here we return here. Try to run it, and then here we run with ID number 1. So we only get ID number 1. Okay, so this is actually much cleaner code, because we split our code into several parts, and then we adopt here SRP, have model, and we have controller. So this is the way that you want to do it. Okay, okay, but let's make this more modular. Okay, because here actually this is already serve the purpose for SRP, but as you can see here, we write everything inside the controller. We can make it this actually more modular. Okay, we can make it this modular by specifying each endpoint to have their own router. So the way you want to do it, okay, let's define routers. The way you want to do it is basically you first, okay, here in controller. So here in controller, you can specify one file for each resource. So let's say here you only deal with to-dos, so to-dos controller. And later on, if you want to add with user, then you have to do a user controller, so on and so forth. So now let's move this into dedicated file. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, let me grab this. Okay, so what we are going to do is we open the controller. Where is my servers? I don't think so. Yeah. We have inside controller. No, we don't have inside. Oh wait. Okay. Oh yeah. For now, our controller. Here actually, by convention in Express world, normally this folder okay, this controller, by convention in Express, you will call this as route rather than route controllers. But here I'm using controllers because I want to relate with our MVC. So what you want to put inside controller is the same. We are going to do this, but we need to adjust, because in main program we have application, but here you don't have application. What we are going to create a router here. So again, in order to create a router, you need to import this package, which is Express, and after that, okay, and then because this controller, okay, this controller now we need to talk to the model. We are going to take this inside controllers, this one here. Now, so in the main application, you have express application. So you only need to have one application for the entire program. So we here, instead of creating another application, because we don't want to create another application has been created inside server.js. But what we want to have here is router. Okay, router. Then instead of something like this, we create our router, something like this. Okay, then now we replace this with router. Okay, then here we simply use root, which is the root for this router. I'm going to show you that later. So and then here is router, and then the rest is supposed to be the same. Okay, let's check. And then also, by the way, you also need to export this. Export what you want to export. Here is the router itself. Okay. So now here we no longer need to access directly the model, because this one has been done by the router just. So here what we want to do is actually to import router from the one that we created just now. Is from the controllers, right? Then we take the router. Okay, now this is the reason why we do it something like that, make it modular. Now what we want to do here, we no longer need to dedicatedly create something like the to-dos, and if you have user and you create users, what we want to do here is just something like app use is slash to-do, and then we link with the to-dos router. Okay, no longer, this one is no longer needed. Yeah. Okay, let's continue. I think I did something wrong with the video when I go run and error here. Okay, find more details by the here. Okay, this is supposed to be, because now we are inside a different folder, so I think this one. Okay, and then want to get the models, because just now we just copy and paste and some correction. The model, run it. So it's supposed to be working as it is. Okay, don't have a one. Why is that? Let's check this out. Because one's supposed to be to-dos rather than to-do. Try this out again. Why is that? Okay, let me check this. Okay, here the reason might be because of this one. Okay, because we don't explicitly specify this root path for this router. Okay, because this one will be specified by the server.js. Okay, let's convert it into this, and then let's again perfectly. So all. Okay, now what we did so far is we managed to construct the main structure of our MVC. Okay, let's do some fine-tuning or refactoring here, because here we didn't do any error checking. So I need to do an error checking here. Put error checking. So do it in controller. Okay, so it's a good practice. You keep you keep check your code whether it's successful or not. And luckily, because we have used a promise-based approach, it makes the handling the errors much easier by using try and catch. So I believe you're familiar with the exception from programming technique 2, to learn from programming. So because we cannot guarantee whether this command can run perfectly, so it might be returning some errors. For example, maybe you don't have connection to the database, right? So obviously it will be resulting in errors, technical errors. So if you don't handle the error, your program will crash. So in order to avoid that, let's handle the error. So I can wrap this. I can wrap that one with try and catch. Try, catch. I hope you're familiar with this syntax. So here we try this command first. Make this code to be safe. I mean, from exception perspective. So if there is something happen anywhere inside this code, it will be throwing an exception. So and then we catch the exception here. Okay. So we simply for simplicity just console log the error. Just console log something like that. And then you can you can proceed with the rest of this code, okay, for the get, for the delete, and so on. So to save our time, so for now I hope you get the point how to construct this particular part of the code, okay, controller.js. For the rest of the code, so I just copy that one by using the magic command Ctrl+C Ctrl+V. Okay, I will try to explain some of them. Okay, so we have the remaining here. Okay, for create a new to do, we are going to handle the router pos. Okay, again, it is straightforward. Here I don't okay, I forgot just now. One, I need to check first. Here I need to check if this one. Here I don't check, right? So you cannot simply do it something like do something. To refine this way of handling errors, okay, we can fine-tune this code. So first, okay, let me check. If your execution reach at this point, that means the execution is error, not the SQL itself, but the execution. Maybe because of the database is not connected, you are not connected to the database. So this is something to do with the technical error. So what you want, besides handling log error, maybe you want to send status 500. Okay, that means there are server errors. Okay, so this part, it can also throw an error. Okay, you successfully running the code, but it doesn't provide result. So for empty, I don't think so. We need to do errors checking for this. I think we can proceed with this. Let me do for this guy. Okay, to show you what I mean. So again, try and catch. Okay, simply copy this. Okay, catch error, and then if there is an error, then send status. Okay, now although there is no error regarding executing the SQL, but there might be error on your SQL query. So for example, you are searching for this ID, but it doesn't result anything. So you can send an error, something like cannot find the user. Okay, so first of all, we need to check how to check that the result. Okay, you can do something like this. I think we can use this one. I think, yeah, this it that affected error. So first of all, we check if result. Okay, if you want to write something like if result equal to null, something like that. So I can rewrite this into this syntax. If not result, okay, or if there is a result but there is no, I think we have blank, there is no record, what you want to do with this? You want to return respond with send status is 404, record not found. Okay, something like that. Got the point. Okay, okay, so the rest of the code is the same basically, but okay, I think I can it is fair for me to copy everything because I don't want to rewrite everything here. So let me copy here. I think okay, oh, I already copied, right? So okay, so let me proceed with the remaining code. So to create a new post, a new record, use post, and again just dealing with the this controller only talk to the model, something like this. Because okay, for the post, since you are creating a new record, in order to create a new record, you need the information, right? So where did you get the information? You get the information from the body of the request. So, and then creating a new record, you don't have to get the ID because the ID will be determined automatically by the server. we are using auto increment ID in our database. But what we need is the information about the new record. So for example, you need the information of the title and the completeness of the to-do. So you can do it something like to-do data, and then you get from the body, and you plug in here. Okay, you plug in data here. Here again, I don't want to introduce an extra variable, so just simply request body. Okay, and then you do error handling here. If the result, okay, this is how you handle for post to make sure the database, when database successfully created a new record, it returns this value. Affected rows, normally for this case is 1. If this code means something like this, okay, if I don't use, this is something like 0. If affected rows is 0, so I rewrite this by using this syntax. Okay, this is common basically. If there is no record created, that means our creation is failed. So we send 409. That means you don't send 500 here, because 500 normally, because the error is on us. But this one is the error comes from the client who are giving us with maybe with incorrect data. And then by the way, here you can see here, this is only to perform actual operation for create a new ID, but we need an extra step. Okay, this is just to alert the client the confirmation whether whether the data has been created. We already know from here, right? But we do extra step here by going back to the server, get the newly created data. Because why? For this case, it's very important. Why? The ID supposed to be created automatically, auto increment by the database. That's the reason why we go set another query similar to by get, and then it's successful, then you send this 201. That means because by default it's 200, but 201 means that the data has been created successfully. For post, that one is about for creating a new one. Okay, for delete, you need the information, the ID of the delete, the ID of the record that you want to delete. So again, you also need to have delete model inside your class, and you do some checking, and then you do the rest. Okay, straightforward. It's almost similar like get by ID, but instead of select from, here you are going to delete from. A quiet tricky part is for the updating. By the way, here I'm not using put, because as you already learned from our previous HTTP JSON, put is entirely replacing the data. But in normal cases, we don't replace, but we just update certain parts of the data. So that's why I'm implementing here just patch. Okay, so this one is quite tricky. Okay, it's not actually, but show you here what we here. Okay, oh, you cannot see from here. The tricky part is inside the to-do models. So as you can see here, you just specify we need two information here. One is which record that you want to modify. So we get that from ID. That ID comes from the parameters. And then we also need the information about the attributes that you want to update. So where do you get that? Get that from the body. Okay, so let the to-do models deal with that. You inside the controller, you just tell the model, okay, I want to update this particular data or this particular to-do with this new information. So inside the to-do model, you will be dealing with that. Okay, that one will be a tricky part here. Okay, you can see that later in source code. Okay, again, you need to sending feedback to the user by giving this. Okay, retrieving the updated data and then sending back to the user. I think that's all for this controller. So let's complete the model. I think for the model, we just simply to okay, let's get the model here. I just need to copy this. Copy this and then copy everything to put just so as you can see, you need to provide all the methods that you need to expose to the controller. Normally this part follows the CRUD operations. Okay? CRUD, the CRUD operation. Is it CRUD or CRUD? So you need to have create, retrieve, update and delete operation here. Just now I mentioned about the update. It's quite tricky part. So I don't want to spend so much time explaining this, so I just give you the overall idea regarding this part, what I'm doing for this. Basically for the update, we want to construct something like update. Let's say update. Let's say if you want to, let's assuming we want to update users, right? We want to update a user, and then you want to set the value of, let's say, the name, and then you provide the name of maybe Ali. Then again, what else? You also want to specify with the address or maybe the age 20. Maybe you want to specify a role, no, admin, something like that. This is the syntax of SQL for updating data, right? However, we don't know which fields the user will be updating. In this case, we are updating 3 fields, right? The user can also specify it's just want to update the age. So the resulting SQL is something like this. Okay, so to allow our code to adapt with these varieties of use cases, so we use loop. So this is actually what this code does. So just to construct, just now here, the tricky part is basically constructing this part. Okay. It can be age 20, role admin, or you can also have age, a name only. So this is, we loop, because the input given by the user will be something like the input from this one to do. You are getting is something like if update, the update will be receiving the data, something like name is Ali. You only specify which part of the data you want to update. Based on this, then we iterate this all the list here in order to construct this kind of structure. And again, since we are not going to use template string, this one's supposed to be a prepared statement. It's supposed to be looking something like this. Okay, we don't know what is the attribute. It will be something like this. Okay, okay, again, I'm using a double question mark. I forgot to mention this double question mark, and this one double question mark, and then okay, so this is actually the prepared statement for this one. If you just want to deal with age here, so it's supposed to be only 2. So double question marks, you use double question mark for cases of attribute names, and also you can use for, if you want to make it more generic, table name. Okay, and then single quotation mark is for the value. Okay, I hope you can remember that. This is for attribute name, and then this is for attribute value. Okay, once we get that, that's why we have this. Basically, what this code does is basically to construct this prepared statement. And then finally, okay, the second line here is about to provide, because all of these you must accompany with the value, right? So you need to have parameters, whereby the parameter for this case is supposed to be something like the name is name followed by Ali, and then next one is age followed by 20. So this is actually the part that you'll be doing this one. So the way it will be resolved is basically name goes to the first one, second one goes to the second one, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is what the code is doing, and then the rest is the same. Okay, I think that's all actually we need to do for this model. Again, if you have another model, you will be repeating the same. You will be providing all the method that you need to expose to the controller. But again, it's a best practice to split this into a dedicated files by following the MVC design pattern. Okay, now as we already finished with the controllers and also the model, let's test this out. Just now we tested out on browser, but that one can only be used for get method. For the remaining method, you need to test with another REST client. So we can use REST client from GitHub and from VS Code, or you can use Postman. So I hope you have installed REST client on your VS Code. We are going to that. So I already provided some of the template command that you can use for testing out. For this case, I just copy this and then get prepared for creating my. I'm going to put inside, I think I want to put here client. We are going to put here. So open here. Let's check this out. Okay, what if we send with tab connection problem here, so let me check this out first. What's the problem with that? Okay, I think here I forgot to write the correct. You need to add here. So if you still get this during my preparation of this video, if you still get this file, if I don't update this file, so I hope you can update from here directly. So this one's supposed to request URL. Okay, let's out, send. Oh, using 3, supposed to be on 2. This one and into okay. It's wrong here. So you need to add this variable for each of the requests. So let's do that. Okay, we do it here. Not found. Let's try to find another. So it works. How about try to create a new one? No, found. To create a new one. So we have errors in our code. So check this out. Title. Okay, need to go to, let me pause. Okay, let's take a look at the problem. I did something wrong here. Okay, so we get this error, right? So seems like our models doesn't recognize this title, although we have provided this title comes from here. But the problem with this is that when we go here, because just now we pause, we need to grab the title from the body, right? But we have problem. Why? Because the data, okay, where did you get the body? This body comes from the browser, from the HTTP request. The problem we get here is that the data not passed to request body. It doesn't actually, it doesn't reach to request body, because it reached the request body, but we didn't do conversion, because we assume here we need to accept as fast JSON. So we need to do something on our code here, which is on the server, to the server.js. Okay, yeah, server.js, whereby here we need to tell the express that when I send data, the data will be sent as JSON, but so express needs to convert the data you receive inside body, request body, into JSON format, into a past JSON. So the way we want to do it is basically we need to add this line, use, and then express.json. Okay, later on I'm going to explain more about how to deal with express middlewares, but for now we just use it first. Okay, here is to tell that when express.json is basically to look into the body, request body, convert all data inside the because what we have inside, when we send, like this one, yes, we send as a JSON, right? But this JSON is a string JSON. So we tell the express.json will be looking for the request body and then converting it into fast JSON, so that later on in our model we can use like to do the title. Otherwise, don't receive the data is received, however it's not in fast JSON format. So that's why we need to add that line. Let me try it again. So what we is, let's try to pause a new one. Okay, now we managed to create a new one. To delete, patch this is number 6, right? With this to update that. Say I want to change the name to the title to hello world 6. Got error here again. This one. Okay, in fact you can actually write straight away here http localhost here, okay, and 300. But I didn't do that. Why? Because I prepare for this, and you can also use this to connect to your localhost. Later on you can connect to your database online by simply changing this, but you don't have to check. Let's fetch this and then delete. Let's try deleting 6. So we are again. Okay, then let's try to now have deleted 6. 6 is not there. I think we done with testing for API. Okay, next I'm going to talk a little bit about Express.js middleware, because I noticed that not everyone from my students in my classes knows about Node.js. Okay, so I believe if you don't learn Node.js in your web programming, most likely you were using PHP, right? So, and unlike PHP, whereby in PHP, when you want to write backend, you need to you can use a web server like Apache web server. You don't have to write your own web server. But in Node.js ecosystem, we need to write our own web server. Okay, and then Express.js is the way you want to go, okay, with Node.js. Okay? This is the most famous one regarding writing middleware or web services for Node.js. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this stuff, Express.js, but I just want to focus on middleware. So if we going back to code, see here, you notice we have this kind of code. You have something like this, and then you have something like this, so on. Again, in router we have something like this. So this is actually what we write here, something like this. This is what we call middlewares. Okay? I'm going to talk that later. So let's take a look at this. So what is Express.js? So Express.js is basically a routing and middleware web framework. So it's a web framework to be used for writing the backend for Node JS. So from Express framework, we can create an Express application. Besides, we also can create Express routers for each backend. For each Node.js backend, you only need to have one Express application. As you can see here, the way we did in our previous code, we write our Express application here. This one is loading the library package, and this is creating an application, an Express application. But for routing here, we can have several routers. We can straight away write inside application, or you can make it more modular by writing it inside another file, something like this. Here we create router, and then you can start create your route. Then as you can see here, we are basically following the same structure, right? So we are going to talk that in a moment. So an Express application is a series of function call named middlewares. So the middlewares basically run between the time of the server gets the request and the time it sends out the response. Okay, you can see from this diagram. So we have client here, and then when the client sends request, it will be captured by the Express application, and then the time between receiving the request and then responding or sending the response, from that moment we can inject the process, or we can intercept process for doing it on our own by creating middlewares. So you can put middleware, something like this. So when you look at this code, basically what we did here, this is a middleware. Last time I showed you, if you this is actually we are writing directly by using anonymous function, but you can simply write a explicit function here, and then you plug in the function. So whatever you put here is basically a middleware. So a middleware is basically a function that executes between the request and response cycle. Okay, so in this case, for this particular route, we just provide only one middleware. Here we have one middleware, but in fact you can have a series of middlewares. Okay, so the way middleware works, something like that. You get the request, and then do something on the request. Then if you want to proceed to the next middleware, and then normally if the current middleware is successful, and then you want to move on to the next, you go to the next, and so on. But at some point, let's say you are doing something processing, and then the process doesn't work successfully, then you need to return. Okay, instead of moving forward to the next, but you return, or you stop immediately, and then returning the feedback to the client by server response. Okay, so let's take a look some terminology. When you want to use Node JS for web technology web environment. So Express.js, I think Express.js is a must. You must know about Express.js. And uh, uh, for uh, for for starting, you may find difficulties learning this because it's a framework. So normally frameworks comes with opinions. So you need to understand the foundation, the terminologies used in this framework. Okay, so let's take a look some terminologies. Uh, we have seen this just now. Okay, so just now I just show you one box. So one box basically representing for this particular we call that particular route, okay, and method. So to put into a context, let's call this box as route handler. Okay, so in this case we have multiple route handlers, right? And then a route handler is combination of the method, and also a route. So that one the it indicates the route handler. I don't think so. The route handler is the standard name, but I'm using this term here. A route handler basically this box. Then you can have multiple route handlers. So this can be in a single file, or you can split them into multiple files. Okay. So if we go back here, as you can see here, we have a route handler. For this guy, you have one route handler, two route handler, so on. And then for each route handler here, I just specify only one middleware. In this case, you can in fact you can have multiple or several middlewares for each route handler. Okay. Now, so this is an example code. For app-get, it should look like something like this: handler route, okay, for the root. And then you have another route handlers for pause, okay, handle create user. So now we have this can be inside. This can be a file. Okay. So the collection of route handlers, we can call them a router. Okay. So in MVC model, it's a good practice to have one router for one endpoint or one resource. Okay. So that means just now we have our router. We do our router code inside controller, right? So we can have so for example this one to-dos, we have router, we have a list of route handlers, and then we put them together inside a single router. Okay, then we consume this at server, and then we label the router as to-dos. So by having this kind of modularity, it's make easier for us to extend this. So let's say if I need to have another controller or router, I just create here, and then of course I need to have users router, and then I need to import here something like I need to import here just to give you an idea. And then here the name is users, so for example, and then of course you also need to create your controller here. You create a new file, users controller. Okay, I hope you got the point. Okay, let me put this. We don't implement now. Okay, so we can have a list of route handlers and then we group that together into a single router. Okay. A router can be placed in a single file. Okay, so you can in MVC design pattern you can specify one file for a router, and that particular router serves for a particular resource or endpoint. Okay, so we have seen here we have seen just now how it works. Okay, basically when you get requests, okay, it will be read by router. The one that look at that is router, and then router will take a look the method and also the route. Okay, and then it channel the process to particular route handlers, something like this. If it gets app.get and then slash endpoint, then it route the request to this box. Okay, if the request is app post, then it route to this. Okay, and if get and then slash and then it route to this. So as you can see from the for each middleware, you will be doing something like this. Okay, you calling middleware if you want to proceed next, and then you need to call the next parameter. Okay, but sometimes I think yeah, sometimes you also want to execute or you want to have route handlers with regardless of routing. Okay, you don't care about the method or the route, you simply just want to execute. Okay, so the way Express provide us for that is this one, something like this. You can put in front before get routed, you specify on application use. Okay, so for example, this is the common usage, this one. Okay, we inject middleware in front. So this middleware express.json basically to provide our request body. This is actually to do the pre-processing of your data, because the data can come in JSON, and then in order to allow you to process the JSON data, you need to convert into an object, right, or a hash. Otherwise, you cannot use something like todos.id or todos.title, todos.blah blah and so on, because JSON sent by the client is a string, so you need to convert it into object. So who will be doing that? Express JSON. So this one we always want to execute regardless of type of routing. So we can plug it in front here. In fact, you can create your own middleware to do so. Okay, so this is very basic principle how Express.js work. Okay, so let's take a look Express function. So Express function, the one that you write here, something like everything you write here, abuse or here, this one, this is a middleware function. By the way, you can also actually use here. Okay, just now we use abuse, right? So this means that this anything you put here will be executed regardless of method or route. But what if you want to execute something that works only for to-dos?
So here we do it on router. So this means whatever you put here, middleware. Whatever you put here, this middleware will only be executed if the user types to-dos, because to-dos, whatever, regardless of get or regardless of put and so on. So whenever the user sending this request, this use middleware will always be executed. You can also actually put your middleware something like this here instead of using app, but you will specify for particular router. Okay, now coming back to this. Okay, so let's take a look the middleware function. How you write middleware function? As you can see, middleware function follows this signature. It always accepts 3 parameters. Okay, so like this one, okay, you specify request, response, and next. So request is data that the server get from the client. It is from the HTTP request. And response, in fact you can use any name here. Okay. So by convention, normally yes, we write request and response and also next. So response is basically the place that you want to use to write your result to the client. Okay, so I'm going to touch this. Okay, if you want to get input, to touch request. And next is not data, but next is another callback. This callback is a function to execute the next middleware. And if you are using only one middleware, so you don't have to process the next. So let's take a look at an example how to use that middleware function. So how to pass data between one middleware to the next middleware. So something like, let's say this one. Okay. If you want to pass here to here, how to do that? Okay. Normally when you pass data to another process, you can use passing parameters, right? But it doesn't work in Express, because that's not how Express works. Okay, the way you want to pass data from middleware to the next middleware is by exploiting the request or response. Okay, of course, you cannot pass data by next, because next is a function. So you can exploit, you can do some hacking by just inject data to request or response. But commonly for input, we use request rather than REST. But in fact, you can also use REST to inject data inside it. So this is an example. Okay, so let's say we have 3 middleware: first middleware, second middleware, and last middleware. So we here the first middleware. Okay, so because it wants to send to the following middleware, so we inject something like, it just simply request first value and then 10. Okay, and then this is very important. If you really want to proceed, then you must call next, and it is a function call. Okay, you don't simply write next without parentheses. So you must execute it, which is by giving it with as parentheses. Okay, so the second middleware. Okay, when we execute next here, is basically it goes to do here, because by having this get here, so the first one is first middleware, second one is second middleware, and so on. And then finally, the way you want to grab the data sent by previous middleware is by accessing the request, and then you can do whatever you want to do with the data. Okay, but you don't pass the data something like this. Okay, it doesn't work. It has no error. It has your program still can run, but it doesn't serve the way we intend it to be. So because when you do something, this is basically for next 10, you are sending error 10. It's not the value of 10. The correct way to pass data between middlewares is by injecting data to the request or response. Okay, a good thing about middleware is by chaining them into a series of tasks. So this is a practical implementation of Express. You commonly see this. Instead of having bulky tasks into a single task, you better split them into several middlewares. Okay, so by having this, we actually promote the modularity. We actually achieve modularity. So this actually to comply with SRP, single responsibility principle, whereby each particular code does a particular task. So we can split large tasks into smaller ones, or large middlewares into smaller middlewares. So then each middleware can focus on its own specific task. So I can give you an example here. Example, let's say you want to register a new account, right? So in order to register a new account, normally you will be doing something like this: send requests from the client to the server, and then the core function for registering a new account is new account. You have new account middleware, assuming something like that. But this process cannot be done by anyone. You must make sure new account is done by only the authenticated user. So you inject, if you don't have multiple middlewares, you implement everything inside new account. You write the code, check if the user is authenticated, and then if so, then you allow them to create a new account. Okay, but that one will violate the SRP. Okay, because you are doing several things in the same process. So we then create a new middleware, and then this middleware, we call it is user login. So it will focus only on this particular task to check whether the user is logged in. And then also you also need to do for the checking if the user is logged in, but is the user an admin or just a regular user. Also need to check, verify the user has admin role. Okay, so you create a new middleware and then inject in the middle. So you can later on you can have a new account, and let's say you can have something like this. Create a route handler which consists of a series of middlewares. We start, and then we call it a user's account. The route is users/account, and then we create a list of middlewares. First is user login, by admin role, do the main task. The code should be looking something like this. First of all, we check, is the user login? Okay. If the user, so how to check whether the user is logging? Okay. In fact, this one, there is another process which is to verify your authentication token, but we are not considering it here because we want to focus just on the concept of chaining. Okay, so we check if the user is logging. So we want to check something like this. This means this is also, it can be written something like if user not equal to now. Okay, or this one is if user equal to now, then return unauthorized. Otherwise, proceed to the next route. Make sure you want to proceed to the next route. Don't put next, so your routing or your middleware chaining doesn't work. Okay. And then for verify admin, okay, up to this point, we already know that the user is logging. Then we grab the user. We don't have to check user yet again here, because that one has been done by previous round. But what we want to check here to look at the role of the user. If the user role not equal to admin, then again we send a error status, something like 403 forbidden. Otherwise, you allow this chain to proceed to the next middleware. Okay. Then in the final middleware, you are simply writing the actual code for this process, for creating a new account. Okay. However, because this one is the last one, so you don't have to create next. You don't have to call to next, because this is the last middleware in the route handler. Okay, so I think I have done giving you some explanation or verification or clarification on Express middleware. So I hope you have the idea how to implement Express later on your project if you want to use Node JS plus MySQL. Okay, now we are going to start deploying our Node JS project on Heroku for production. So this is the step. In fact, you can try this on your own. But let's do it together here. So first of all, you need to have an account on Heroku. Don't have one, then you can go ahead to sign up. Okay, I'm not going to walk you through this process, because I hope you can do it on your own. But I just want to point out here, when you sign up, make sure you also want to proceed to the billing. I think there is a billing form. You need to specify your billing information. Don't worry about that, okay? As long as you choose later on, you choose a free plan, you don't have to get charged. You if you use Heroku only for like something like for the backend code like PHP, Node.js, and so on, you should be fine without specifying your billing information. But some features in Heroku, it is called add-on. If you add some add-on, like for the database, you will you need to specify your billing information. Okay, so make sure you let's say, if you maybe you can try first without specifying the billing information. But if you face any problem when creating a database on Heroku, so you need to go back to make sure you specify your billing information. So you can try you can find on your own on the Heroku website how to specify your billing information. Basically, it needs you to provide your something like Visa card. Okay, if you have your ATM card, you can use that. Okay, and then after that, you need to download Heroku command line tools, CLI. You can use Heroku in two versions. You can use if you want to deploy using web, you can also do that. Okay, if you want to do that, you need to upload your code to GitHub first, and then after that you grab your project from GitHub by using the web interface provided on Heroku. Okay, but in this demo, I'm not going to show you in that way. Okay, we are going to use command line. I think because this one is much, at least to me, much easier okay, to work with. So you download this, the command line. You go to the command line. This is the website. You go to download. It gives you the instruction how to do so. You're on Windows, you download the command line here, okay, then follow the instruction, okay. Then after that we can start create a new project on Heroku. So that means you also have project on Heroku, and then you also have a project on localhost. So Heroku apps basically is like your container to later on to host your Node JS project. So I can show you mine here. I think I can show you here. I already have mine. Okay, so in my account I have already three Heroku apps. I can later on I'm going to create one, okay, for this demo. So let's go ahead to do so. So now, okay, you can follow the instruction from this URL. I have provided the instruction how to do the next steps. Okay, so first of all, we need to create our MySQL database on Heroku. Okay. Previously, we have created our database locally. Okay, I want to highlight here the version or the variation of database you will be creating on Heroku is not the same as what you have on locally. In fact, the version also is slightly different. So be noted on that. Okay, so sometimes some command is not compatible locally, your local command to the command SQL command you can use on Heroku database. Okay, so what I can suggest, use standard SQL. So if you want to use like stored procedures, be aware that some command cannot be run on database you created on Heroku. So it's a good idea to just use a standard SQL command. So I think for standard for the query, like creating table, selecting table, selecting rows from table, I think it should be fine. And then the variation that Heroku provides us for MySQL is ClearDB. But the one that we install on our local machine normally is, I think that one is MariaDB in flavor. So we are going to do this. Okay, let's so I already opened the instruction here. Okay, so just now we have our Node.js here. I need to stop my server. Okay. Control C. Done. Okay. What you want to do once I suppose you already have your account, and then you need to log in. I suppose you already have your account on Heroku, and then you already install Heroku client. Okay, then you next we are going to create an application, but in order to do that, make sure you log in to Heroku client. In my case, I already log in for my account here, and then we can start create our own Heroku application. Just now I mentioned you can also actually do things here by using this one. Okay, on web. If you prefer, you can explore this. You go to here, you click on your own. But I'm not going to use that approach. I'm going to use command line. Okay, I'm going to use command line. So I already log in. Okay, now we can start. Okay, run our command line here. Okay. The command for creating an application. Okay, you can simply actually write Heroku create, and then if you don't provide the next parameter, Heroku will create or will give you automatic or random name. Okay, so and then later on you can change the name by using the same go to Heroku, and then you can change the application name. Okay, but here I'm going to create my own name here. Okay, one thing I want to highlight here, okay, you want to make sure that your name is not conflicting with others' name. So sometimes it's not very convenient to create your own application name, because you cannot make sure your application name is unique. You must use unique throughout the Heroku website. So one way I use is actually let's say currently my project is REST Node. I'm afraid if I use, okay, by the way, I don't think so you can use underscore on Heroku. Yeah, so instead you replace with dash. I'm afraid if I use this, maybe someone already took this name. So to make it unique, what I do actually, I just put my username here. Okay, you can use like to make it more unique, or something like that. And then I will issue this and press enter, and then it will take some times. Okay, the command has been issued and has been successfully executed. So I can check this actually by, you can go to, I think, Heroku, say we type Heroku apps. So we have the list. Just now I created you press not a MySQL. And also actually double check on the website. Go here and then you refresh, and then you go Heroku application here. Okay, now we have done that, and then now we can start creating our own database. Okay, in order to do that, first of all, we need to add on. Okay, you need to add on a database on Heroku. So again, you can also use add on from the website. Okay, but here we are going to do it from command line. Okay, Heroku add-on, the format is something like this. Add-on is the command, and then you can provide the operation you want to add, and then create. Okay, there are so many add-ons on Heroku, but here we are going to add ClearDB, which is a variation of MySQL DB colon. This is my you must for testing purposes, you must use Ignite. Ignite is basically the second part. The second option here is basically the second part here is the plan. What kind of, because whether you want to use a free version, or you want to use a free plan or paid plan, and so on. So Ignite is a free plan for ClearDB. Choose this. And then since we are using free version, the features provided for us very limited. So for example, you cannot choose your own database name. You need to use the name created by Heroku. So I can issue this. Okay, done. So we have created the database. We have added database. There is no data. Yeah, we have added database. And by the way, you also already have your database, and then the name is randomly given by Heroku. So you can check it. So just now I mentioned regarding payment information, right? So if you try to do this and then you manage to get the positive result or you get errors, so it try check your payment information, because in order to use ClearDB, you need to specify your, maybe you need to specify your payment information, but don't worry about that regarding, as long as we choose Ignite, so we are not going to be charged at all. Okay, hopefully. So far I don't get charged at all up to this point. Okay, now what we want to do next, okay, because we want to get information that created automatically by Heroku for us. So we can, okay, clear this first. So I can go to Heroku and then I want to check config and then grab. This is environment variable created automatically by DBS by Heroku. Okay. See, we have this. This is the information. It's quite long. We need this later to split them into their components like host, username, password, and so on. You can only actually check on the website. So let me go to this one, I think. Okay, and then you can go to I think on setting, let's check. Yeah, rebuild config variables. This is actually the one that we are going to specify our environment variables. Okay, you can do it manually here, but this one is automatically generated by Heroku. This information consists of database credential. Okay, so you can copy from here, or you can go back to command line. We do it something like this, and you can copy from here. Okay, now what you want to do next, we need to split this database URL into its components. So I give you this syntax here, how to compose them. So why we need to do that? Because later on we want to create our environment variables for username, password, host, and database. Okay, so go ahead to split your own database URL. Okay. Okay, this is my configuration. Of course, yours is different from mine. So I have split them in components. It's supposed to the username, password. This is the host, and this. So you can follow this format in order to split your database URL. Okay. What we are going to do next is we want to create configuration. Want to create configuration. But before that, let's try to create our own database, because just now we just add on to Heroku, but we don't have our database set. So what we want to do next, we are going to use this information. So let me copy this. Okay, for now Let's call this username. This is the password. We are going to use this information in MySQL admin. Hostname, and then this is database. Okay, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to use my MySQL admin. This is actually what we want to do next. We want to connect to the database online. So log out first from here. This is so I can create a new one that I'm going to call cleardb on Heroku for demo purpose. Okay, it's up to me, it's up to you also to enable your. Okay, now I'm going to easier for me to open expect that I can use any editor you want to use. Now I can start using this information, the one that we capture from. Okay, for username, this one. For password, and then host, and then for database, as you notice here, we cannot specify our database to those DB, so because version, so is the database. Oh no, database not here. You need to get later in. You need to select later once we get log into this server. So I'm going to add this fabric. This is one. I need to change the name into nearby. So first of all, let's get connected. Connection was successfully, so means we can connect to this site, this server. Let's connect. Okay, thank you for expect. Bye. Okay, now we can start select database, which is I'm going to select this. But for now our database is empty. Then we can start do the same what we did on localhost. So we create here, and then let's go back to our action. So we cannot create database because database is automatically generated by Heroku. We simply need to create tables. Okay, I just copy from here, go back to this part. Okay, so let's try to execute. Okay, yeah, it's okay, so everything is as meaning that our connection to the database is working. So now let's move on to the next process. I think the next process is about what is it? Okay, up to this point we have done up to this step, right? ClearDB, MySQL. Just now we have created a database and then put some data on the database. Next, we are going to start deploying our project Node JS. So go ahead to this link to get started for this step. So first of all, I need to close this no longer. Have to save. Okay, first of all, we need to prepare the project for deployment. What you want to prepare is basically first we need to turn off this code. Okay, here, not in database, because this is supposed to be inside the main. Going to is the I didn't update yet this document. I have changed my code. We need to do it inside server. One. Okay, need to change, go to server. We need to comment this out because the environment variable here is just a mockup environment variable. I'm going to use the actual environment variable, one that we will be getting from Heroku. So we comment out this one. One more thing, I think we need to ignore this. What is it? The development one. This is it's not used for production for this folder, so we can add inside our folder. Git ignore. I'm going to ignore the file which is development. Okay, we ignore this file. What else? Okay, I didn't mention. So on. Then okay, again you assume you already log in. You have created. Okay. We also have done git init. Okay. Make sure you need to initialize your folder with git before start deploying, because Heroku will use git for packaging your project. Okay, now so up to this point we just initialize our git, but we haven't do any commit, right? We haven't done any commit. So let's go ahead. So git add. Okay, and then we do git commit, and then put some meaningful message, something like deploy to Heroku. Okay, whatever you can click like that. Okay, so before coming to this step, I assume you already log in, you already create your application, okay, and already git init. Now let's try to invoke push to push this. Now we push to Heroku rather than to GitHub. Push Heroku master. Okay. Okay, mine is done. Pushing to Heroku. So I want to check out whether this is working. So let's go ahead to Heroku. Tab here and check my application first. What is my I think we can simply let's check this. Okay, it gives us the application here. This is our launch. Okay, to launch, I think we can launch from here, or you can simply type Heroku open, or you can go to this right, need to open from here. Okay. Okay, it seems, okay, as you can see here, it seems the server is running, but it cannot serve for the routing gap. I think we don't have that, so let's try to those. Okay. We have internal server error, so let's check out. So we are going to troubleshoot this. We didn't manage. I believe the server is running. Okay. how to check, you can type here Heroku logs. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to clear this pause. Okay. This, so Heroku logs, then this option. Let's check this out. So let's we got a bunch of errors here. So fatal, I think it database query. What else? Most likely because of the database. Okay. As I expected. Why? Because I didn't I forgot to specify the environment variables, right? So when you want to connect to database, you need to Node JS needs to know the information of database host and also the remaining credential information. So that's why here we need to specify the settings. Yeah, we already have this. Yeah, we forgot. You need to mention database host, because why? We need that environment variables inside our code. And see from the database one. Okay, we need this. Last time during the environment, local environment, we have this variable coming from .env, right? But now we don't have this information. So now we need to specify these environment variables. You can do it from website just now, like I showed just now, or you can simply using the command line. Okay. Go ahead to do this. Now I'm going to copy. Yes. Okay. So I forgot my okay. I need to specify my a config environment variable, something like this. So just now I already deleted my data. So that means I need to do it again to split our database URL into their components. So I will pause this video and then I will be coming back once I split them into their components. Okay, now I already split mine here, so I need to invoke command. Okay, first to set the database user, to issue this command on your bash CLI Heroku config set, and then let's try if command. Okay, done, and then we can proceed with the remaining command. Okay, okay, I have set several environment variables, so let us check them out on the website. Let me refresh this. Again, if you don't want to use command line, you can write on the website. Okay. But make sure you are using the same variable name that you are using in your code. So this is the environment variables for my current config. Okay, so let's try this out again. I think it still can't work. It works now. That means everything is successfully worked. But if doesn't work, then you can restart your server. You can restart your server by, I believe you can type Heroku restart something. So now this is actually run online. So let's try to to do it, or you can also test the API from REST client from here. But this time we are going to change this with, instead of using this, I'm going to change the URL. I already shut down my server, my local server. I no longer have my local server, so by the way, we need to go to our URL here. We can go here, see up to this point. This is the best URL up to this point, and make sure you don't copy the last forward slash, otherwise you will be having 2 forward slash. So what I mean, something like this, you don't put forward slash, because we already have forward slash in our router, right? So if I do something like this, then later on it will be calling something like this one, and then to do's. Okay, so we don't have the forward slash. Okay, I'm not sure whether hopefully this can work. Let's try this out. Let's check the to do. Okay, it takes some time, but it seems it works perfectly. So of course you can try out for the remaining requests, but I'm not going to do so. Okay, so up to this point we managed to deploy our database and also our Node JS backend REST API on. And then basically this one is not development. This is actually production version. So this can be your real application. This can be assumed like a production. It's no longer simple or just testing or try and error version of application. The only thing here, because we are using add-on with free version, of course the performance is not really that good. So if you want to do it in a real world application, you need to use paid version. That one maybe you can get higher performance of machine. I mean, in not Heroku, they will give you higher better performance of virtual machine. It is called on Heroku Dino. Okay, so besides this kind of deployment, you also have another option, like you can use cPanel. Okay, you buy hosting, you will configure your deployment differently. Normally, if you are buy Linux-based hosting, you will be using a hosting platform like cPanel application, control panel application. Okay, so that one another way of deployment. But for our purpose, I think Heroku is good enough for us. Okay, I think this will conclude for the deployment of Node JS on Heroku. But I will also want to show you how we integrate this with our Flutter application. Okay, so I'm going to show you that later. Okay, to test out the REST API service by using Flutter app, so you can go ahead here, download, you clone this front end Flutter app, and I have already run on my machine here. So this is the running. running of the application. But here I run on JSON local server. So now we want to test out this by using the API from ClearDB on Heroku. So what I can do now, I can change this. You go to your project, change data service, change this data service so that it will be pointing to live database rather than JSON server. Okay, so here we going to change this into, I think I need to grab my online server on Heroku. Simply change this. Change this to a real connection. Okay, so then I need to, what is it? Why I got error here? Okay, and yeah, I think this is coming from the previous one. I think problem. Let me save this first. Okay, now let's refresh. So I get some errors here. I need to do checking on this error. Okay, we got this error. It most likely because of incompatible data type. Because in our definition of our data on the table for data type for the table, I'm using integer for completed. Okay, because ClearDB doesn't, it seems it doesn't support boolean. So okay, let's try how to do correction on this. Let me check if I can casting this. I cast into boolean. Okay, it seems it doesn't work here. We cannot casting with S. So let me do some hacking. We do it something like this one completed, because completed is a boolean, but JSON completed is an integer. So what we are going to do here is completed is equal completed if it is not equal to 0. Let's try and do that. Hopefully this can work. Okay, it seems working. Okay, for getting this. So yeah, this one is the data is obtained from the server. So I can now close the server. I simply press Ctrl+C here. See, doesn't work, so I just delete. Okay. Now let's try this out. If we can add new data. So it seems to be working. Let's click on. It seems it doesn't work. It works basically. So I think it's fine. Yeah, you can also check on your database. So we can go to the here. To-dos. Just now we have created this. Then let's say we, I think so we can change this from our Flutter app, because we didn't provide that feature. So what we can do, we can simply change this completed. Okay, by clicking on that one. It will take some time because type server. Okay, so we refresh. server 0. Let's try to delete this by long press. It seems it takes some time to, oh, it doesn't work. Okay, we got another error, so let's try to I'm going to fix this first. Okay, it seems something wrong with my emulator, so I need to restart the emulator. But I check with the result. Just now we perform delete operation, right? So when I refresh, it seems like the deletion has been done. I think I need to conclude this video now. It took me so long to provide this video. Okay, so now I'm going to conclude this. Let's go to summary. The summary of this video, what we have achieved so far. We have setting up in this video. I have shown you how to setting up the database locally. You need to use it's a good practice to use a script file so that you can transfer your data locally and then live server. And then I also have shown you some of the design pattern, architectural pattern that you can use for your development. In this video, in this demo, we focus on using the MVC, but only the MC parts. We don't use B because we are developing for REST API service. And then we also learn how to write REST API server using Node JS and MySQL. And then lastly, we learn how to deploy our Node application to Heroku for production purpose. And then we also have tested our services using REST client and also using Flutter app. Okay, I think that's all for this video. Okay, thank you. Bye.